What happens when love becomes the sharpest weapon in a god's arsenal, and desire morphs into a treacherous game where even the stakes can't foresee the bloodshed? Welcome to the seductive chaos of Eros and Psyche, where passion isn't just a feeling, it's a battlefield littered with the broken remnants of trust, betrayal, and the intoxicating scent of danger. Psyche. A name whispered in the shadows, a beauty so potent that even the gods shudder with envy. But with beauty comes peril. She's the envy of Aphrodite, the goddess of love herself. Can you taste that kind of wrath? It's a cocktail of jealousy that could set Olympus ablaze. And if there's one thing you don't want, it's a vengeful goddess bearing a grudge sharper than a dagger. Enter Eros, the embodiment of chaotic affection, a god whose arrows pierce even the hardest hearts. He's a mercurial blend of charm and mischief, flinging love like confetti, but when Cupid gets burned, it's no mere romantic scuffle, it's war. What's a god without a touch of irony? When he stumbles across Psyche, who'd expect the flames of passion to ignite into a conflagration that scorches more than just the hearts involved? But here's the twist, Eros is bound by an unbreakable command: no one must see his face. Intrigued? You should be. Love is a masquerade, and Psyche is about to turn the dance floor on its head. But curiosity is a treacherous companion. One stolen glance, just one, and everything unravels like the finest silk thread. Can you feel the tension crackling in the air? The rules are simple: trust is a luxury neither can afford, and secrets, those are the currency of betrayal. What if Psyche is more than a pawn in this game of divine chess? What if she's a queen, ready to flip the board and seize her own fate? The stakes rise as her courage collides with Eros's playful charm, igniting a cataclysmic clash that could alter the very fabric of love and duty. Will Psyche brave the hidden depths of Eros's heart, or will she drown in the secrets that swirl between them like dark storm clouds? And don't forget the dark humor lurking in the recesses of this mythological saga. Picture a god who can't keep his emotions straight, flinging arrows into the wrong hearts while laughing at his own blunders. The irony drips like honey, sticky and sweet, as chaos unfurls. What will it take for Psyche to tear off the blindfold of ignorance and face the truth? Will love be her salvation or her downfall? The clock is ticking as the gods watch this epic struggle unfold, betting on betrayal and ecstasy. Every moment simmers with intensity, a crucible where hearts ignite or shatter. Dive in, if you dare. The secrets of love and loyalty are waiting to ensnare you, because once the truth surfaces, nothing will remain untouched. Ready or not, the myth of Eros and Psyche is about to explode, and this time, the arrows fly both ways. The night was an expanse of black velvet, shrouded in an unsettling silence, when he first felt the tremor of heartbreak ripple through his chest. Eros stood alone, a silhouette against the moonlight, his bow resting heavily in his grip, as if the weight of love itself had become too much for him to bear. Stars scattered across the sky like shards of broken dreams, and in that moment, he understood, love was as much a weapon as it was a gift, and tonight, he was both the hunter and the hunted. I remember how the air thickened, suffocating and electric, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for something to shatter the stillness. Eros had never been afraid of love or its consequences, but this night felt different. This was not a romp through the fields of desire, no, this was a battlefield where hearts were bruised and souls lay bare. In the shadows, he could see her, Psyche, her beauty radiant yet haunting, an ethereal light flickering against the dark backdrop of their tumultuous love. She was a wildflower in a world of barbed wire, her spirit unyielding, yet there was an ache deep within her, something that echoed the loneliness he felt. I remember the way her eyes, pools of sorrow and hope, searched for understanding, for something more profound than the passion that bound them. But understanding was a cruel mistress, often elusive, slipping through fingers like sand. Eros had carved his name into her heart, but every mark felt like a sin, a reminder of the chaos their love wrought. The breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and unspoken fears, an ominous lullaby that entwined their fates. Time was a merciless thief, slipping through their fingers like the forgotten promises of a tomorrow that may never come. Eros tightened his grip on the bow, sensing the urgency in the air. This was a moment suspended in time, one heartbeat could change everything. I remember the clash of emotions, a whirlwind of longing and dread. Love was not just a romance, it was a tempest, and in that storm, doubt brewed like dark clouds. Eros, the god of love, felt more like a puppet pulled by the strings of fate, each pull igniting the flames of chaos around him. What if, echoed in his mind, a sinister question that lingered, swallowed by the dark? What if love didn't conquer all? What if it consumed them instead? And then, as if the universe conspired to unravel them, a figure emerged from the shadows. Alecto, the Fury, her presence crackled with tension, a force of nature that demanded attention. She was the embodiment of vengeance, a reminder of love's darker side. Her eyes flashed like lightning, and the air trembled with the weight of her fury. "You think love is enough?" she spat, her voice a serrated edge slicing through the night. "Love without sacrifice is a fleeting dream, Eros. What are you willing to lose?" Psyche recoiled, the words hitting her like shards of glass. She was a delicate porcelain doll, teetering on the brink of shattering. Eros felt the pull of her pain, the sharp ache of knowing he could be the architect of her destruction. "I would give anything for you, Psyche," he whispered, his voice raw, vulnerable. But every promise felt like a lie, a shattered mirror reflecting their fractured souls. The tension hung thick, a palpable force that threatened to engulf them. I remember the heartbeat of the night, thrumming in sync with their despair. Every glance, every breath was infused with the weight of unspoken truths, the burden of unrealized dreams. Eros could feel the darkness encroaching, tendrils of doubt wrapping around his heart, squeezing tighter. Could love truly be enough to triumph over the chaos that threatened to swallow them whole? As Alecto's laughter pierced the silence, it was a haunting melody, one that echoed through the valleys of their hearts. Foolish children, chasing fairy tales. Love is not a sanctuary, it is a battlefield. With every word, the air crackled, electric with dread as the weight of her warning settled over them like a shroud. Psyche's eyes glossed with tears, a storm brewing within. "What if love is worth the fight?" she pleaded, desperation etching lines of fear across her delicate features. Eros stepped closer, his heart a cannonball lodged in his throat, the longing to protect her clashing with the dread of what lay ahead. "I want to believe," he murmured, "but what if we lose ourselves in the process?" The clock ticked on, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, that decisions had to be made. The moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their faces, their fears carved in the shadows. I remember the way the world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the brittle strings of fate to snap. "You're playing with fire," Alecto hissed, her voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the night. Eros felt the heat of her words, the truth cutting deeper than any arrow he'd ever shot. Love was fire, beautiful, destructive. It could warm a heart or burn it to ashes. Would he be the spark that ignited their downfall? Or would he rise as the phoenix, love reborn from the ashes of despair? He took a step forward, the world slipping away, consumed by the promise of love and the specter of loss. "Let the night judge us," he declared, the resolve swelling within him, a fierce tide against the encroaching darkness. The shadows quivered, and for an instant, the air was electric, teetering on the edge of something monumental. I remember the way Psyche gripped his hand, a lifeline forged from the rawness of their connection, the pulse of hope radiating between them. In that moment, love seemed both a curse and a blessing, a riddle wrapped in the complexities of the heart. There was no clear path forward, only the chaos of emotion swirling around them, binding them together in a tapestry of fate. The night grew deeper, but in their hearts, a fire flickered, refusing to be extinguished. And there, in the quiet chaos of their hearts, I felt the universe shift, the alignment of stars whispering secrets of a love that was destined to be. Eros stood poised to confront the darkness, with Psyche by his side, facing the unknown with a courage that defied the very nature of their existence. The battle was just beginning, and love, the sweetest, most devastating force of all, had only just begun to weave its intricate, tangled web around them. The night was thick with tension, a shroud of darkness that clung to the air as if it had a life of its own. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight of the grand hall, where whispers of fate twisted through the silence like insistent ghosts. In that moment, I could feel it, the pulse of the world thudding like a drum, foreboding and relentless. The walls, adorned with intricate tapestries depicting forgotten battles and lost loves, seemed to lean in, eager to hear the secrets that hung just beyond the edges of consciousness. I remember the moment vividly, that sharp jolt of uncertainty blossoming in my chest. The king, my father, a titan of a man, yet he carried the weight of the world like a fragile glass bauble, stood rigid, his brow knotted with worry. A daughter, born of beauty unmatched, he muttered, his voice a low growl, reverberating through the hall like thunder rolling across a stormy sky. The words hung in the air, electric, and I could sense the dread coiling around us, tightening like a noose. And then there was her, Psyche. Born into this tempest, her cries echoed through the chamber, raw and primal. I could see her even in the shadowy corners of my mind, swaddled in silken cloth, a tiny tempest herself, innocent yet destined to be entangled in the fierce web of beauty and envy. Her beauty was not a gentle spring bloom but an unrelenting wildfire, destined to consume all who dared to draw near. I felt the weight of that beauty, not just as an observer but as a participant in the unfolding chaos. As the midwife cradled her, I caught a glimpse of Psyche's impossibly bright eyes, searching, as if they already understood the burden of being the sun among mere mortals. I remember the way the light caught in her hair, golden threads that shone like strands of hope, a promise of something extraordinary. But beauty, I've learned, is often a double-edged sword, a beacon that draws both admiration and malevolence. The air in the hall shifted, heavy with the scent of roses, yet tinged with something acrid, a harbinger of the strife to come. In that moment, my mother, the queen, sat in a corner, her face pale, the shadows etching deep lines of worry around her mouth. She had once been the epitome of grace, but life had carved her beauty into something more haunting, an echo of what it once was. I could see the flicker of jealousy in her gaze as she looked at Psyche, a reflection of the darkness that lingered beneath her polished exterior. It was a jealousy that whispered sweet nothings, promising power yet threatening to unravel everything she held dear. "Do not let her beauty overshadow you," my mother had said once, her words like shards of glass, cutting through the fabric of my heart. "There is danger in beauty, my dear." I could see the battle within her, flawed, human, desperate to protect yet unable to contain the gnawing fear that her own light would dim in the brilliance of her daughter. The first night fell with a heavy sigh, the kind that settles in your bones and refuses to budge. I lay awake, tossing and turning, the rhythmic sound of Psyche's soft breaths weaving into my thoughts like a ghostly lullaby. I remember staring at the ceiling, the wooden beams looming above like the bars of a prison, holding me captive to these emotions that were both mine and not mine. The stars outside flickered like distant dreams, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching, judging, waiting for the moment when everything would unravel. In the growing darkness, I could feel the weight of expectation pressing upon us like a heavy cloak. The kingdom buzzed with anticipation, each whisper of Psyche's beauty fueling a fire that had already begun to scorch the earth beneath us, igniting rivalries and sowing seeds of unspoken resentment. I could feel it creeping in, that insidious force, a palpable tension that hung thick in the air like the promise of a storm. Time was a cruel trickster, and as the days turned into weeks, the world around us began to shift. Psyche became a living legend, her beauty a magnet that pulled the eyes of gods and mortals alike, their desires igniting like dry tinder beneath a careless flame. And with each passing day, I felt myself slipping further into the shadows, a mere spectre in the grand narrative of her life. I remember the day the first suitor arrived, his eyes gleaming with avarice, hungry for what my sister represented. He came clad in finery, flaunting wealth that made my heart ache. The way he looked at her sent a chill down my spine, a predator's gaze cloaked in charm. I could see the hunger in his smile, and it made my skin crawl. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms, a desperate attempt to contain the wave of protectiveness crashing over me. Beauty can be a curse, I had muttered to myself, a mantra I clung to as the world around me spiraled into chaos. Psyche stood untouched, an ethereal being in a realm of shadows. They called her a goddess, but deep down, I knew that even the most radiant star could burn out. Days turned into nights, and the hall echoed with laughter that felt hollow, a facade that masked the darkness lurking beneath. I could hear my mother's quiet sobs mingling with my own thoughts, the bitterness of envy coiling tightly around our hearts. I wanted to scream, I wanted to shake her awake from this nightmare. And yet, Psyche remained blissfully unaware, a fragile flower growing in a field of thorns, oblivious to the blood that would soon be shed. The clock ticked with relentless persistence, each second drawing us closer to a confrontation that would shatter everything. I could feel it, the air charged with an energy so profound that it threatened to explode. And as the tension built, I knew our lives would never be the same again. In that moment, I understood the weight of destiny, how it crushes underfoot like brittle bones. We were racing toward something inevitable, and I could only brace myself, heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and metallic, as I realized that our fates were entwined, spiraling toward an unseen climax. As the candles flickered and shadows danced, I could not shake the premonition that something dark loomed just beyond the horizon, waiting to consume us all. The night held its breath, and so did I, hanging in that silence, caught between love and despair, between beauty and ruin, as the story of Psyche began to unravel. The air hung thick with the weight of unspoken fears, a stifling blanket that wrapped around Psyche like a shroud. Shadows flickered against the walls of the oracle's lair, where dim candlelight danced wildly, casting ghostly silhouettes that whispered secrets not meant for mortal ears. It was here, amid the scent of damp stone and ancient incense, that her world would unravel. She stood at the precipice of fate, heart pounding like a war drum, the dread of an unseen future gnawing at her insides. I remember, she murmured, her voice barely a breath, the moment the prophecy found me. The memory clawed at her, an echo of the oracle's voice, smooth yet jagged, wrapping around her like a serpent coiling tighter and tighter until it threatened to crush her spirit. You will become a vessel for love and betrayal, the oracle had intoned, each word slithering under her skin, igniting an anguish she could neither accept nor escape. And now, standing on the brink of an abyss, she felt it. The pulse of destiny throbbed through her veins, relentless and consuming. Behind her, Eros lingered, his presence a bittersweet poison. "Don't do this, Psyche," he pleaded, desperation threading through his voice like a fraying rope. His eyes, usually warm and inviting, now flickered with the shadows of their fears, a darkness that mirrored her own. "Do you think I want this?" she snapped, the word slicing through the silence, sharper than the flint blade that hung from his belt. "Do you think I chose to bear this burden?" She could see the way he flinched, the way his heart fractured at her fury. "I know," he whispered, and for a moment, the tension broke like a fragile statue, crumbling under the weight of truth. "But it's not just your fate at stake." His gaze flicked to the door behind her, where the shadows pooled like liquid nightmares. The oracle's warning lingers in the air, Psyche. It's alive, waiting. The words hung between them, thick and suffocating. Psyche closed her eyes, letting the darkness wash over her. She had always been drawn to the stories of old, the tales her mother had spun by the flickering firelight, of heroes and gods, of love that transcended the heavens. But now, those stories felt like chains, binding her to a fate she could not understand. "What if I'm not strong enough?" she whispered, the admission tasting like ash on her tongue. Eros reached out, brushing the back of his fingers against her cheek, and she leaned into his touch, seeking solace in the warmth of his skin. "You are more than you realize," he said, conviction flooding his voice. Yet, in the depths of his eyes, she could feel the tremors of doubt, the fear that the prophecy would rip them apart like paper torn in a storm. "I remember the stories," she murmured, voice trembling, "the ones where love conquers all, where light breaks through the darkness. But is that enough?" The walls seemed to close in, the very air thick with the scent of impending doom, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for her choice. And then she saw it, images flickering across her mind, vivid and jarring. A city on fire, laughter mingling with screams, the faces of those she loved twisted in despair. Each memory clawing at her, a reminder of the stakes involved. What if it's not love that's waiting for me, but pain? The question hung in the air, a specter that refused to be exorcised. Eros stepped closer, urgency creeping into his voice. "We can face it together, Psyche. I won't let the darkness take you." But deep down, Psyche knew the truth. The walls of fate were already crumbling around them, the very fabric of their world trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. In that moment, the oracle's prophecy wrapped around them again, a noose tightening with every beat of her heart. you will fall, Psyche, the voice echoed in her mind, a cruel taunt that echoed through time, tainted with the bitterness of inevitability. And the love you seek will be your undoing. Tears pricked her eyes, the weight of hopelessness pressing heavily on her chest. But what if I cannot rise again? She cried out, her voice rising, raw and desperate, slicing through the suffocating silence. Eros's resolve faltered, but he took her hands in his, grounding her. I believe in you. In us. You are stronger than you know. His words danced between them, fragile but fierce, a flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness. But the shadows whispered their own truths, taunting her with visions of betrayal and loss, the edges of her reality fraying like an old tapestry. And what if I fail? She whispered, a tremor of fear lacing her words. Then we will face that too, he vowed, the intensity in his gaze igniting a spark within her. Together. But together felt like a fragile lie, a dream teetering on the edge of a nightmare. The oracle's chilling laughter echoed through her mind, a cacophony of despair that wrapped around her like a chilling fog. The stars outside flickered ominously, each one a reminder of the distance between them and the fate that awaited. Time twisted around her, the seconds stretching like elastic, pulling taut as she stood suspended between hope and despair. Suddenly, a wind howled through the cracks in the stone, a foreboding herald of the storm that was to come. I remember, she whispered again, the warmth of the sun, the sweetness of laughter, and the thrill of love. Her voice trembled, a fragile thread woven with longing, but is it enough to fight the shadows that loom? Tension coiled tightly around her, an echo of the oracle's warning that beat against her heart like a war drum, relentless and pounding, each reverberation a reminder of the inevitability of her fate. And then, just as hope flickered like a candle's last breath, a blinding light pierced through the darkness of her mind, a vision of herself, standing at the altar of choices, the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders like a heavy crown. Psyche! Eros's voice cut through the haze, desperation lacing his tone, and she felt it, the pull of fate drawing them closer to the brink of an unimaginable confrontation. In that moment, everything shifted, and she knew that the choice before her was no longer a whisper in the shadows but a deafening roar, echoing through the very fabric of existence. The prophecy loomed, and she could feel it. It was alive, waiting to ensnare her in its merciless grip. With her heart pounding against her ribs, a flicker of defiance ignited within her. Together, she repeated, louder this time, as if her voice could drown out the darkness. We will face it together. The shadows shifted, swirling around them as the oracle's laughter echoed once more, and Psyche felt the ground tremble beneath her. The battle was just beginning, and the weight of her fate hung heavy in the air, pregnant with the promise of love and the pain that would surely follow. And as the candlelight flickered, casting eerie shapes upon the walls, Psyche and Eros stood at the precipice, hearts intertwined, ready to confront the storm of destiny that awaited them, the echoes of a prophecy yet to be fulfilled. The sky churned like a pot of boiling blood, colors swirling in violent hues of red and orange, each brushstroke of light a raw scream that clawed at the horizon. I stood there, breath shallow, heart racing, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness that surrounded. The temple, once a sanctuary of love and beauty, now simmered with a tension so thick it could be sliced with a knife. I could feel her wrath, Aphrodite's fury, an electric charge in the air that threatened to shatter the very ground beneath my feet. Don't betray me, a voice hissed through the shadows, and I turned, finding Callista, her cheeks flushed, lips trembling. She was a tapestry of contradictions, a woman woven from the threads of passion and despair. I remembered the way she loved with abandon, the laughter that rang like bells when she thought of him, Elysian, the youthful Adonis whose charm was a dagger, piercing the hearts of all who dared to look too closely. Why? Callista's voice cracked, a fragile glass teetering on the edge of destruction. Why did you take him from me? Each word was a knife, carving into my soul, making me wish I could shoulder her pain, even as I felt the weight of my own sin. I had seen them together, their hands intertwined, secrets whispered beneath the moonlight, Aphrodite's chosen, and I was but a shadow, an echo of what could have been. Jealousy burns, I whispered, the truth spilling from my lips, raw and unfiltered, like blood from a fresh wound. It consumes you, turns love into ash. The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as the wind howled, mocking our suffering. Callista's eyes blazed with a fire that was impossible to extinguish, and I felt the tremors of her heart as if they were my own. But the night was alive with more than our quarrels. It was the whispers of the gods, their jealousy thickening the air like fog. They watched us, unseen but omnipresent, their disdain palpable. I felt them, their ancient eyes piercing through the veil of existence, judging our every move, reveling in our pain. The gods were capricious, fickle, and when love was involved, their wrath was something to be feared. "Do you think she cares?" Callista snapped, her voice a whip, cutting through the tension. "Aphrodite? She revels in our misery." Each syllable dripped with venom, and I felt my own heart twist in the wake of her words. I had once admired Aphrodite, the queen of love and beauty, the one who forged destinies with a mere glance. Now, her name tasted bitter on my tongue. I began, but the memories flooded back, choking me. The laughter shared in the gardens of the gods, the warmth of sunlight beneath a canopy of blossoms. But love was never simple, beneath every petal lay thorns, and I had bled for those moments. I remember the way you smiled when he looked at you, the way your heart soared. And then he looked away, she spat, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mirror reflecting the storm within. And that's when she struck, isn't it? Like a viper, hissing and smiling, luring us into her web. I could see the pain twisting her features, and I wished to reach out, to comfort, but my own heart was a jagged stone lodged in my throat. The wind howled again, a mournful cry, and I sensed the shifting shadows around us deepen, coiling tighter. There were echoes of our laughter in the air, but they were tainted, twisted like a funhouse mirror reflecting our anguish. The temple's grandeur felt like a mockery now, each column a witness to our despair, each stone heavy with unfulfilled longing. "Do you love him?" I dared to ask, the question hanging like a noose, tight and suffocating. Callista's breath hitched, a moment of hesitation stretched between us, a fragile thread, woven from fear and hope. "More than the sun loves the moon," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "More than the stars love the night." The words hung there, trembling in the air, a confession that ignited the space between us. I wanted to scream, to tear my heart out and lay it bare before her, but I could only nod, because I understood. I had danced in the flames of desire, felt the sweet pain of longing, and now it scorched my insides. But the heavens twisted, and I felt an urgency surge through me like a burning comet streaking across the sky. "We need to confront her," I said, the resolve solidifying in my chest. "We need to take back what's ours." The word ours tasted foreign, heavy with implications that echoed like distant thunder. Callista narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint igniting the depths. "And what if she destroys us?" The thought clung to the air, a specter looming over our fragile resolve. What if we become mere pawns in her game? Then we fight back. My heart thundered at the thought, reverberating in my ears like a war drum. We don't let her win. We show her we're not afraid. A laugh, hollow, echoing, broke from Callista's lips, but there was a flicker of something else, something fierce and unyielding. "Do you really think she cares? Do you think she knows the depth of our pain? She might not, but wouldn't it be something if we made her feel?" The word spilled from me, raw and filled with fire. Wouldn't it be glorious to make the goddess of love tremble? And there, in that moment, as the shadows danced around us, we felt a spark ignite, an ember of defiance in the face of cosmic jealousy. The night grew heavier, the darkness alive with anticipation, as we made our vow. But in a world ruled by the gods, where love twisted into hate and jealousy was the currency of their whims, we knew the confrontation lay ahead. Aphrodite's wrath was a storm brewing, and within it, our hearts beat louder, a symphony of rebellion against the divine. The moment stretched, time unfurling like a ribbon, and in our hearts, the fire burned bright, a beacon against the night. We would not cower, we would rise from the ashes of betrayal, and as the stars watched in silence, we prepared for the storm. The clash of human emotion against divine fury loomed on the horizon, and with every heartbeat, we were drawn closer to the edge, where love, jealousy, and wrath would collide in a dance as ancient as time itself. The gods had been warned. The moon hung low, its pale light draping the world in silver, a soft, eerie glow that whispered secrets of longing. I stood on the edge of a precipice, the wind biting at my skin, a shiver running down my spine like fingers of ice. Below me lay the sprawling city, a labyrinth of shadows and flickering lights, every window a soul, every street a heartbeat. My heart raced, a frantic drum echoing in the silence, and I thought of the one I was losing, the one who made me feel alive, Rhea. I remember the way her laughter danced through the air, lighting up the dark corners of my existence. It was a melody that could shatter the night, and I sought to capture it, bottle it up against the encroaching void. But now, it felt like I was standing in a graveyard of memories, each one a headstone marking our moments together, and the ache of it all was a choking vine wrapping itself around my throat. Eros, came a voice, familiar yet distant, as if I were hearing it through a dream. It was Persephone, her presence a flicker in the darkness, ethereal and haunting. Are you ready to fight for her? Her words dripped with the weight of unspoken truths, and I felt the gravity of the question sink into the marrow of my bones. Could I fight for Rhea? Could I tear apart the chaos that had woven itself into our lives? I have to, I whispered, though doubt gnawed at me like a ravenous beast. I could almost see it, the creature feasting on my fears, my insecurities. I was flawed, just a shadow of the man I wished I could be, and yet, I was all she had. I thought of the way she would look at me, eyes burning with a fierce intelligence, a wildness that made my heart stutter. Do you remember the first time you kissed her? Persephone's voice cut through the fog of my memories, a sliver of warmth in the chill of night. The memory flooded back, vivid and intoxicating. The air had been thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, the world faded into a soft blur as our lips met. It was an explosion of color, a kaleidoscope of emotions that left me breathless. But now, that memory felt like a cruel joke, a reminder of what had once been. Rhea was slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, and I was left with nothing but the ghost of her smile haunting me. What if I fail? I asked, fear knotting my stomach, a serpent coiling tighter with each breath. Failure is part of love, Persephone answered, her gaze piercing through me, but so is hope. She stepped closer, and for a moment, the shadows around us seemed to recoil, as if they were afraid of her light. You must face the darkness head-on. Love demands it. The night grew heavier, thick with unspoken words, and I felt the tension coil around us like a storm about to break. I could sense the impending confrontation simmering beneath the surface, an electric current that charged the air. Rhea was trapped in a web of her own making, haunted by her past, and I was here, tangled in my own fears, yet driven by a singular purpose. As if summoned by my thoughts, I saw her, a figure framed by the city lights, standing at the mouth of an alley. My heart lurched, a wild thing desperate to break free. Rhea looked lost, a spectre wandering through her own life, and I felt an ache deep in my chest. I remembered the warmth of her hand in mine, the way she would lean in, her breath a whisper against my skin. But now, she was a ghost of what she once was, and as I stepped forward, the shadows seemed to stretch, reaching for her, trying to pull her back into the abyss. Rhea! I called, the sound tearing through the fabric of night, raw and urgent. She turned, her eyes wide, a storm brewing in their depths, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. I saw the flicker of recognition, the flare of hope, but it was quickly extinguished by the darkness that loomed behind her. Eros, she breathed, the name slipping from her lips like a prayer, but the weight of her sorrow was suffocating, like the last breath of a dying star. I'm here, I said, desperation clawing at my throat. I won't let you go. The shadows twisted, and I could feel their icy fingers brushing against my skin, trying to pull me away from her. We can fight this together. You don't have to face this alone. But she shook her head, tears glimmering like stars caught in a web of despair. You don't understand. I'm not the person you think I am. Her voice cracked, a fragile sound that cut me deeper than any blade. I'm broken, Eros. I don't know how to come back. I remember you, I replied, stepping closer, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. I remember the light in your eyes, the way you fought for the people you loved. You're still in there, Rhea. You have to believe that. But the shadows were gathering, thickening around us, drowning out the light. I could feel the pull, the urgency of time slipping away, and I grasped her hands in mine, feeling the warmth of her skin against the chill of the night. "Please," I whispered, "let me help you. We can do this. We can find our way back." The intensity of the moment crackled around us, the world fading into insignificance as I searched her eyes, desperate for a flicker of hope. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, laced with fear and longing. "I want you, just you," I replied, and the truth of those words reverberated through the very fabric of the night. In that moment, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the weight of the universe pressing down on us, as if every star was holding its breath, waiting for the answer. But the shadows were relentless, swirling like smoke, threatening to engulf us. The clock was ticking, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. I could see it in her eyes, the war she was waging within herself, the battle between light and darkness. And I stood there, heart in my throat, waiting for the moment to tip, to fracture, to explode. I remember the warmth of her hand, the spark of something that felt like hope, and I clung to it, even as the shadows loomed large, casting their grim pall over everything we had fought for. The world felt heavy, and yet, in that fragile silence, I knew we were on the brink of something that could tear us apart or bring us back together. "Let's fight," I said, the words hanging between us like a lifeline. And deep down, I knew that whether we lived or died in this night, we would do it together, entwined in the chaos of love and the shadows that threatened to consume us both. The night was draped in shadows, a thick tapestry of velvet darkness punctuated only by the eerie glow of the moon, which hung like a haunting spectre over the land. Every rustle of the wind carried whispers, secrets woven into its breath, ensnaring Psyche as she stood trembling at the edge of the forest. She could feel the pulsating thrum of her own heart, each beat a vivid reminder of her isolation, a lonely rhythm in a world alive with terror and beauty. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their branches reaching out, begging to pull her into their embrace, to keep her from the truth she was both desperate and terrified to uncover. "I remember," she whispered into the chill of the night, her breath visible like a ghost. "I remember the tales, the whispers of love and woe, the warnings of a fate entwined with the divine." Each word fell from her lips like a fragile raindrop onto parched earth, a prayer to a forgotten deity or perhaps just a plea to herself. Across the clearing, Eros moved with intoxicating grace, a force of nature cloaked in mystery. His hair, the color of molten gold, caught the moonlight like a beacon, and in the hushed silence, he felt the weight of existence settle upon him, pressing down with the gravity of 1,000 unfulfilled destinies. He was the god of love, yet his heart bore the scars of doubt and longing, an endless conflict raging within. "Am I worthy?" he pondered, his fingers brushing against the quiver slung across his back, the arrows within whispering promises of union and heartbreak. "I have come to find you," he murmured to the night, a confession that hung heavy in the air, nearly palpitating with anticipation. He could sense her, the young mortal whose beauty had ignited a fire deep within him. A fire that felt both intoxicating and terrifying, like a flame that would consume him whole if he dared to draw too close. The air crackled with electric tension as Psyche took a hesitant step forward, her heart pounding like a war drum, a cacophony of fear and hope. "Who goes there?" she called, her voice trembling yet fierce, a warrior's shout against the encroaching darkness. She was a girl caught at the crossroads of fear and yearning, a fragile ember flickering against the winds of fate. Eros felt the shift in the atmosphere, the moment of collision between their worlds, and the realization struck him with the force of a thunderclap. She was everything he had dreamed of, yet the weight of the gods pressed on his shoulders, chains of expectation and destiny entwined with his very being. "I am here," he replied, his voice low and inviting, a melody that wrapped around her like silk, soft yet undeniably powerful. And then their eyes met, an explosion of color and light, a collision of souls. Psyche saw within Eros a tempest, a wild storm brewing beneath his serene exterior, while he saw in her an uncharted universe, vast and mesmerizing. In that moment, time fractured, splintered into 1,000 shards, each one a reflection of their insecurities, their desires, their fears. The shadows danced around them, an audience to this fateful encounter, as if even the stars held their breath, waiting for the climax of the ages. "I'm not afraid of you," Psyche asserted, though a tremor in her voice betrayed her bravado. She reached out, fingertips brushing the edges of his divine aura. "I'm afraid of what you represent." The admission hung in the air, raw and vulnerable, a confession that cut deep into the very fabric of their meeting. Eros's breath caught, a painful awareness blooming within him. I carry the weight of love, and yet I am terrified of it. To love is to lose, is it not? He took a step closer, drawn toward her with an irresistible pull, as though the universe conspired to bind them together. You are a mortal, Psyche, and I am a god. Can we even exist in the same breath? I remember the tales, she echoed, her voice trembling with emotion. Tales of lovers torn apart by the wind, by fate, by the very fabric of the cosmos. But if love is a curse, then let me be damned. The fire in her eyes was unmistakable, a fierce light against the backdrop of uncertainty. Their worlds collided with a deafening silence, the air thickening around them, every heartbeat echoing in the void between their souls. Eros stepped into her space, their proximity igniting an inferno that enveloped them both. He could feel her warmth, an intoxicating blend of fear and courage, and it sent shivers down his spine. Do you know what it is to desire something so deeply it consumes you? He asked, his voice a mere whisper, yet it carried the weight of eternity. I do, she breathed, her breath mingling with his, a soft caress in the stillness. Every heartbeat screams your name, a song unsung, a dream unfulfilled. The moonlight bathed them in a silvery glow, illuminating the uncertainty etched on their faces. The night was a canvas, painted with the colors of their longing and despair, a world where the specter of love intertwined with the shadow of heartbreak. And in that fleeting moment, their souls bared, their vulnerabilities laid out like a tapestry of wounds. They knew they were at a precipice, a moment poised between destiny and ruin. The air shimmered with unspoken promises, yet the ghosts of their pasts loomed over them, a reminder that love was not merely a sweet embrace but a blade that could cut deep. Psyche stepped back, her heart racing, the weight of her choice settling heavily on her shoulders. What if we are nothing but shadows in the night? She questioned, her voice breaking into a whisper. Eros reached out, desperation coursing through him. What if we are meant to light the darkness? But just as their fingers grazed the edges of fate itself, a distant rumble echoed through the silence, a storm gathering on the horizon, signaling the inevitable clash between love and loss. The shadows stretched, twisting around them, a reminder that every passion comes with a price, and not even the gods could escape the consequences of their desires. I remember, Psyche murmured, the stories always end in sorrow. And in that haunting realization, the world around them began to shift, the very fabric of their reality threatening to unravel. The tension thickened, wrapping around their hearts, tightening its grip as they stood on the brink of discovery, of a love that could save or shatter them both. In that heartbeat of suspense, the night loomed larger, and the stars blinked, a silent witness to the fate that awaited them. For it was not merely a first meeting, it was a prelude to the storm, a touch of destiny that would intertwine their fates forever. The air crackled with a silence so profound it felt like the universe had paused, holding its breath. In the heart of the Golden Palace, a heavy door creaked open, revealing a flicker of light that danced across the cold marble floor like a fading memory. I stood there, heart thundering in my chest, a mere shadow against the towering walls of gilded opulence. The scent of jasmine lingered, sweet and cloying, mixing with a chill that whispered promises of both beauty and doom. Psyche, or was she a ghost of her former self, stood at the window, her silhouette framed by the twilight glow. Her delicate fingers traced the intricate patterns of the glass, a stark contrast to the heavy weight of despair that hung around her. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as she gazed out at the sprawling gardens below, where roses bloomed like blood on the white stone pathway. Each petal, a testament to the yearning that clawed at her heart, a longing that was both a balm and a poison. Why do you linger? Her voice was a whisper, trembling like the fragile glass she caressed. You can't save me. Tears glistened on her cheeks, luminous in the dim light. I wanted to wipe them away, to take her pain and fold it into my own, but I remained as rooted to the spot as the ancient pillars that surrounded us. I remembered the night she'd first stepped into this gilded cage, eyes wide with awe, while I watched from the shadows, a secret keeper with a heart heavy with love. Love, that fickle little demon that brought us here, to this moment, where light and shadow intertwined. Then there was Eros, fierce and untamed, lurking in the corners of the palace like a wildfire waiting for a spark. He was a tempest, a whirlwind of emotion wrapped in a body that was both a gift and a curse. I could feel his presence like electricity in the air, a force of nature that pulled me closer even as it terrified me. He stood at the threshold, his jaw clenched, eyes blazing with a mix of yearning and guilt, a battle raging within him. "I can't lose you," he said, voice low, reverberating like a drumbeat. "Not again." The desperation clung to him, palpable and suffocating. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm of fear that separated us, but the weight of history pressed down like a funeral shroud. "Then help me." Psyche's plea echoed off the walls, a sharp edge that sliced through the tension. "But in this palace, every choice is a sacrifice. Do you understand?" Her words dripped with an anguish that felt almost tangible, wrapping around my heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. "Do you think I enjoy being the cause of your suffering?" Eros shot back, anguish flashing across his face. "You think I wanted this? You think I wanted to bind you to a fate so cruel?" His fists clenched, the air between them thick with unresolved conflict. I could feel the air crackling, charged with the weight of unspoken words, of promises broken and dreams shattered. I remember the first time I saw them together, laughter spilling from their lips like a melody, the world around them fading into nothingness. Now, that laughter felt like a ghost haunting the halls of this ornate prison, a bittersweet echo that reminded me of what was lost. In this moment, the palace transformed into a labyrinth of shadows and light, a reflection of their souls intertwined in a dance both beautiful and tragic. The walls seemed to close in around us, each breath a reminder of the walls we built, walls of fear, of obligation, of love that felt like a noose tightening around our throats. "Something is coming," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips before I could grasp their true meaning. "Something dark." The shadows seemed to thicken, curling around us like fingers, pulling us deeper into uncertainty. I could feel the pulse of the palace, the heartbeat of its secrets, a rhythm that called to me with an intoxicating allure. Eros stepped closer to Psyche, his voice barely above a whisper. "I will fight for you. I will shatter the chains that bind you, even if I am left shattered in the process." His eyes burned, a fierce light against the encroaching darkness, yet I could see the cracks beneath the surface, the fear of failure gnawing at his resolve. "I don't want you to fight for me," Psyche replied, voice trembling with a mix of resolve and despair. "I want you to love me without conditions, without shadows lurking behind every kiss." Her words sank into the space between them, heavy and laden with the weight of impossible expectations. Time twisted and warped like the vines that crawled up the palace walls, moments stretching and collapsing, grief and hope battling for supremacy. I felt emotions crash over me like waves, each surge pulling me under, drowning me in a sea of longing. I remembered the stories of gods and mortals, of love transcending time, yet here we were, entangled in a fate that felt unforgiving and cruel. Suddenly, the air shifted, a gust of wind sweeping through the room, carrying with it an eerie whisper, the promise of change. I turned, eyes wide, heart racing, as shadows flickered against the walls, teasing and beckoning. In that instant, the palace felt alive, a breathing entity that hungered for the stories trapped within its walls. "Do you hear that?" I breathed, my voice trembling. "It's calling us." Psyche looked at me, confusion etched across her face, while Eros's expression hardened, the weight of unspoken fears anchoring him to the ground. "No," he said, a growl of defiance escaping his lips. "Whatever it is, we cannot let it in." But the palace pulsed with a will of its own, drawing us in like moths to a flame, the enchantment both a blessing and a curse. I could feel the pull, the inevitable slide toward a confrontation that would change everything. My breath hitched, the moment stretching like a taut string, ready to snap. As the shadows deepened, the golden walls flickered, reflecting our fear, our desire, our pain. We stood at the brink, hearts racing, souls entwined, suspended in a whirlwind of emotion, a tempest waiting to unleash its fury. This was the moment we never saw coming, the moment that would shatter everything, leaving only echoes and memories behind. The clock struck midnight, its chime slicing through the oppressive silence like a knife through flesh. Shadows danced along the walls of the abandoned warehouse, flickering like memories of lives once lived, now only ghosts among the debris. I stood there, heart racing, the stench of dampness and decay filling my lungs, feeling the weight of secrets pressing down like a heavy shroud. Eros was here, somewhere, or at least, I hoped he was. The truth lay hidden beneath layers of betrayal and desire, a truth I was terrified to face. Eros! My voice echoed, swallowed by the cavernous emptiness. It was a name that felt like a prayer and a curse all at once, soft yet sharp, sweet yet bitter. Would he answer? Would he even want to? I blinked hard, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill, frustration clawing at my throat. The memories often turned against me, images of laughter and stolen kisses lingering like a ghost whose presence I could never shake. Behind me, footsteps scraped against the concrete floor, making me whirl around. It was Juno, her eyes wide, painted with worry, and yet ignited with a fierce determination. "We shouldn't be here," she pleaded, her voice trembling with urgency. "You're playing with fire, and you know it." "I have to find him," I snapped, my own breath catching in my throat. "You don't understand. He's not just someone to me. He's everything." Juno took a step closer, her expression slipping into something softer, yet no less troubled. "Everything? Or the idea of everything? We're standing on the edge of something dangerous. You can't chase after a shadow, not when the truth could destroy you." I clenched my fists, every fiber of my being vibrating with the need to find Eros, to unravel the twisted threads of our connection, to confront whatever it was that lay beneath the surface of his enigmatic smile. He told me once that every heart is a labyrinth, and I was lost within mine, a minotaur lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. "I have to know who he really is," I whispered fiercely, the words brushing past my lips like a confession. The chill in the air thickened, and the silence grew heavy, pressing down upon us like a weight that threatened to crush. Juno stepped back, her gaze darting toward the dark corners of the warehouse. "You think he's hiding from you? What if he's hiding from himself?" Every heartbeat echoed in the sudden stillness, a rhythm of fear and longing. Eros, my heart's desire, was more than just a name, he was a promise wrapped in mystery. But what if that promise had been a lie? What if the man I loved was merely a facade, a mask that hid a truth too dark to bear? Juno's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, sharp as glass. "Listen, whatever he's hiding, it's bigger than both of us. You need to choose, the truth or the man you love." Her words hung in the air, suffocating me as the reality of them sunk in. I remember that night, how the stars had danced above us, a cosmic reminder of all we could be. But now, those stars felt like mockeries, winking down at me as if to say, "Can you handle what's truly hidden?" Then, a sound, a creak, a shuffle. My heart lurched. "Eros?" I called, fear lacing my voice. And then he emerged from the shadows, his silhouette framed by the dim light, a living embodiment of every dream I'd ever dared to dream. But when he stepped forward, I saw it, the flicker of something more in his eyes, something that sent a chill racing down my spine. He wasn't alone, he was never alone. Behind him stood a figure cloaked in darkness, a spectre whose presence felt like ice against my skin. "You should have left well enough alone," the figure murmured, voice smooth yet laced with malice. "Who are you?" I demanded, anger surging through me, igniting a spark of defiance. "What do you want with Eros?" Eros's gaze fell away, a shadow passing over his features. "You shouldn't have come," he said, his voice breaking, the weight of his words heavy in the air. "I wanted to protect you." "Protect me from what?" I stepped closer, desperate to bridge the distance that had grown between us, but there was a widening chasm of secrets and lies that felt insurmountable. "What are you hiding, Eros? Who are you?" For a moment, silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating, as time seemed to hold its breath. I could see the turmoil in his eyes, a storm of emotions battling for dominance. And then, the darkness shifted, a familiar scent cutting through the tension, grounding me. It was him, that intoxicating essence of cedarwood and something else, familiar yet foreign. I could taste the fear on my tongue, a bitter reminder that love could be as frightening as it was beautiful. "I remember," I whispered, the words escaping me like a confession. "I remember who you were, but I need to know who you are now." Eros's gaze dropped, and I could feel the weight of his past crashing down like a tidal wave. "You think you want the truth," he said, voice trembling. "But the truth is a double-edged sword, and I may be the one who bleeds." And there it was, the moment when everything shifted. I saw the flicker of a threatening night, the shadows of betrayal dancing just out of reach. The air crackled with raw emotion, hearts racing like wild horses, pounding with fear and hope. The past loomed like an ominous specter, and I knew that whatever came next, nothing would ever be the same. Time felt suspended, a haunting melody playing as the clock ticked on, each second stretching, pulling us deeper into the abyss of our tangled fates. Would we choose love or truth? Would we embrace the shadows or fight against them? I took a shuddering breath, ready for whatever truths lay ahead, feeling the weight of the universe pressing down on my shoulders. And then, like a spark igniting kindling, our eyes locked, and the storm began to brew. The confrontation was imminent, the answers close yet agonizingly out of reach. In that heartbeat, I knew I would face whatever truth Eros harbored, even if it meant walking through fire. The night surged around us, and I could feel the world itself holding its breath, waiting for the moment of revelation. The darkness swallowed the last remnants of day, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and trepidation. Psyche stood at the edge of the precipice, her heart thundering like a war drum against the stillness, each beat a thunderclap in the suffocating silence. The wind whispered secrets, curling around her like a lover's touch, but she felt no comfort, it only stoked the embers of her deepest fears. She was alone, or so she thought, but shadows danced in the corners of her eyes, and she could almost feel the weight of unseen eyes upon her. I remember, the words slipped from her lips like a prayer, a desperate need to anchor herself in a reality now slipping through her fingers. I remember the promise he made. Eros. The name hung in the air, heavy and haunting. He had promised her love, a sanctuary found in his warmth, yet here she stood, peering into the abyss of the unknown. The promise became a chain around her neck, dragging her deeper into an ocean of doubt, and with it, the shadows grew darker, more menacing, as if they were sentinels guarding the truth she dared not confront. Are you afraid of the dark? A voice teased, sweet as honey but laced with venom. It was her sister, the ever-judging, ever-curious Aphrodite. Or are you simply afraid of what you might find? Psyche's spine straightened, igniting a fierce flame of defiance within her. What I might find? Her voice quivered but held a steel core. What do you know of fear? You, who dance in the light of others' adoration. I seek my own truth, even if it burns. Aphrodite stepped forward, a spectre of glamour and envy, eyes glinting like shards of glass. And what if your truth leads you to ruin? What if you shatter? Then let me shatter, Psyche whispered, a tremor coursing through her. The wind howled around her, as if echoing her turmoil, and she closed her eyes, drawing a breath heavy with desperation. Better to shatter than to remain whole and hollow. The cosmos spun above them, indifferent to the sisters' strife. The stars blinked, indifferent witnesses to Psyche's unraveling sanity. She could feel them watching, judging, as they had watched her every step since the day she had dared to challenge the gods. Images flashed in her mind, Eros, golden and radiant, his laughter a melody that pulled her from the depths of despair. She remembered the way his eyes held galaxies, how in his gaze, she found both salvation and imprisonment. He told me I could not look upon his true form, she murmured, fingers trembling as she traced the outline of her own lips. But curiosity is a cruel mistress, isn't it? Aphrodite's laughter rang out, a chilling echo that sent shivers down Psyche's spine. Curiosity is the thief of joy. You think you desire knowledge, but knowledge may very well consume you. Knowledge, Psyche echoed, the word a bitter taste on her tongue. Or perhaps it is love that consumes. Perhaps love is the fire that will burn me alive. The shadows thickened, swirling like a tempest around her, and the air crackled with an electric anticipation, as if something unspeakable was about to be unleashed. Psyche could feel the weight of her choice pressing down on her, a palpable force that made it hard to breathe. She hesitated, recalling the warmth of Eros's embrace, the way he had cradled her heart like a fragile glass orb. But the image shattered, replaced by the darkness of her own fears. What if she discovered that love was merely a facade, a construction built upon the fragile scaffolding of lies? I remember the taste of his kiss, she said, her voice a mere whisper, barely slicing through the thick tension. But will I remember the truth if I dare to look? Aphrodite's smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of concern. Truth can be a mirror, Psyche, reflecting back what we fear to see. I'd rather confront the monster in the mirror than let it haunt me in the shadows, Psyche replied, anger igniting within her. I must know. I must see. With a rush of resolve, she stepped backward into the void, the cliff's edge crumbling beneath her feet, plunging her into the depths of her own choices. The ground fell away, leaving nothing but the echo of her heartbeat, a drumroll leading to the unknown. Yet, in the dark, she could feel him, Eros, his presence like a flame flickering in the vastness. Psyche! His voice was a blend of desperation and warmth, threading through the shadows. You mustn't. Stay away. But her curiosity, that insatiable beast, clawed at her heart, urging her forward. She could almost see the outline of him, glowing against the backdrop of the void, a beacon of light in an ever-growing darkness. Her breath quickened, and as she reached for him, the darkness coiled around her, a serpent tightening its grip. No. You promised, she screamed, each word laced with the rawness of betrayal. You promised I could trust you. Psyche hurtled deeper into the pit of her own making, her pulse a frantic rhythm in her ears, drowning out the echoes of love and betrayal. She found herself suspended in limbo, torn between the promise that had once filled her heart and the darkness that now threatened to consume her whole. Do you see the darkness? Eros's voice was almost a whisper, strained and filled with sadness. Do you see what you've unleashed? I remember, Psyche's voice faltered, the weight of her choices crashing down like a tidal wave. I remember when my heart was free. Free or lost? Aphrodite's words sliced through the tension, a chilling reminder that every choice led to chains forged in love and curiosity. Will you break the world to find your truth? Will you lose yourself in the quest for what lies beyond? And in that dreadful moment, the abyss seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the universe, a reminder that time was slipping away. Psyche felt the crushing weight of her choices, the terror of what was to come wrapping around her like a shroud. Will you let the darkness consume you? Eros's voice trembled, a plea laced with desperation. Will you betray our love? But Psyche could only let the shadows pull her deeper as the world faded into an echo of uncertainty. The promise had been broken, and now the truth loomed like a specter, waiting to unveil its haunting reality. Rain pounded against the cobblestone streets, each droplet a reminder of the world above, a world that seemed to exist in a perpetual state of mourning. My heart raced, each beat echoing the tumult within me. A candle flickered on the windowsill, casting erratic shadows that danced like spirits seeking solace. The light struggled against the relentless darkness, a fragile beacon in a storm of betrayal, illuminating the faces of those I thought I knew. I gripped the hilt of my dagger tighter, the cold metal biting into my palm, an anchor to reality. Across the room, Elara stood with her back to me, the raindrops on the glass whispering secrets she could never hear. She was all elegance and strength, yet at that moment, her silhouette was a haunting reflection of vulnerability. I remembered the way she laughed, how it used to fill the air like music, but tonight it was drowned out by the storm's fury, making everything feel heavy with unspoken words. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I managed to say, my voice barely a whisper, as if the very walls held ears. Elara turned, her expression unreadable, a mask of serenity that belied the chaos beneath. I didn't want you to know, she replied, each word deliberate, like stones cast into a still pond, creating ripples I wasn't prepared to face. The betrayal hung thick between us, a tangible force, pulling at the edges of my sanity. I was drowning in a sea of confusion and hurt. I wanted to scream, to shake her until the truth spilled from her lips like the rain outside, wild and unstoppable. But the reality of our fractured bond pressed on my chest, suffocating in its weight. I remember the promises we made under the stars, I said, the memories clawing their way up from the depths of my heart. You swore you would never lie to me. And I haven't, she shot back, her voice fierce, the fire in her eyes igniting a flicker of hope within my despair. Not in the way you think. And there it was, the heart of the matter, the very essence of our conflict. I could taste the bitterness of uncertainty on my tongue. Where once I sought refuge in her laughter, there was now only an abyss. Footsteps echoed outside, a reminder that our world was still spinning, oblivious to the storm brewing within these walls. It was a sound that sent shivers coursing through me, a reminder that we were not alone. But the shadows that danced in the flickering candlelight were more than just a play of light. They were ghosts of our past, taunting me with memories of laughter and shared dreams now twisted into something unrecognizable. Do you remember that night by the river? Ilara's voice broke through my thoughts, and I was thrust back into a memory wrapped in summer warmth. I could see it, the moonlight glistening on the water, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind, the sweet scent of wildflowers mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. But even that memory felt tainted, distorted by the present. What does it matter now? I replied, bitterness creeping into my words. All those moments, they mean nothing if you've betrayed me. She took a step closer, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, shadows deepening the lines of her face. It's not betrayal if it's to protect you, she insisted, her voice trembling. I did what I had to do. Protect me. I felt the warmth of anger wash over me, fueling the fire that threatened to consume us both. Or protect yourself. You've made choices without me, Ilara. Choices that have put us in danger. The air crackled with tension, each breath a testament to the chasm growing between us. I longed to reach out, to bridge that distance, to understand the choices she made, yet the walls of mistrust loomed high, a fortress built from secrets. Maybe it's time we face the truth, she whispered, finally breaking the silence that had enveloped us. The truth is often a twisted path, and sometimes it's shrouded in sorrow. As if the heavens answered her sentiment, thunder roared outside, the sound reverberating through my bones, a lament for what we once were. I pressed my palm against the candle, the heat biting at my skin, a reminder of what was at stake. The flame flickered, as if sensing the intensity of our confrontation. I will not let you sacrifice anything for me, I said, my voice steady but raw. Not again. Not when I'm standing right here, ready to fight by your side. Her eyes widened, and I saw a flicker of something, fear or hope, I couldn't tell. But you don't understand, she murmured, her breath hitching. There are forces at play that are beyond us, that would tear us apart. I can't let that happen. Then let me in. I pleaded, desperate. Don't push me away. But the shadows danced, growing wilder, the candlelight waning as the storm raged harder, echoing the tempest in our hearts. The truth slipped through the gaps, elusive and slippery, like smoke threading through fingers. Time twisted, each second stretching and warping as we stood there, two souls bound by love yet torn by doubt. The clock ticked in the background, its hands moving steadily, indifferent to our plight. Please, I begged, feeling the walls close in around us. Let's not end here. But as she turned her face toward the window, eyes lost in the storm, I knew I was losing her again. And as the candle flickered, threatening to extinguish, I realized our choices had led us here, to this precipice of despair. The world outside was a cacophony of rain and thunder, but in that fragile moment, silence fell between us, a heavy shroud of uncertainty. In the darkness, a single tear slid down her cheek, and I felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, a burden that would haunt us both. I remember the moment the world fell silent, as if the very air conspired against him. Eros stood on the precipice of a nightmare, heart splintering into shards of desperation, breath hitching in his throat. The night loomed around him, thick, suffocating, a black velvet shroud embroidered with stars that felt more like prison bars than celestial wonders. He could sense Psyche stirring behind him, her presence both a balm and a torment, a fire that threatened to consume him whole. Eros! Her voice, a soft murmur, beckoned like a ghost slipping through the shadows of his mind. Where are you going? His wings unfurled with a crack that echoed like thunder. He didn't answer, he couldn't. Each heartbeat pounded like a war drum, urging him toward the edge of the void. The weight of their love was a heavy chain, dragging him down, whispering of promises he felt unworthy to keep. He had been the architect of her dreams and the destroyer of her trust, a paradox that twisted his insides into knots. I can't stay, he choked out, anguish spilling over like a broken dam. I can't be the monster you think I am. The truth clawed at him, raw and unrelenting. He remembered the night he had revealed himself, his face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the shadows dancing across her features, innocent and pure. Her eyes had widened with disbelief, betrayal lacing the air like a noose tightening around his throat. "Why didn't you tell me?" she had whispered, the accusation hanging between them, a fragile strand fraying with every word. Now, as he faced the abyss, he felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, 1,000 dreams turned to ashes. He was a god, yes, but he was also a coward, trembling at the thought of losing what he had fought so hard to claim. Psyche, with her heart like a fragile flower, was slipping through his fingers. "Eros, please!" The plea dripped with desperation, a siren's call that clawed at his resolve. "Don't leave me. I'll change. I'll be whatever you need." But her words, though sweet as honey, tasted of untruth, of sacrifices that twisted the soul. How could he bear to witness her contort herself into something she was not? The truth thrashed within him, a tempest of raw emotions. He wanted to comfort her, to pull her close and drown in her warmth. Instead, he felt like a wraith, slipping through the cracks of their love, a fading echo of the man who had once dared to believe in a fairy tale. Each step away felt like a wound, a gash that opened between them. He turned, the moonlight striking his face, illuminating the pain etched in his features. He could see her, a silhouette against the dim glow, and his heart twisted. "I can't do this to you anymore. I'm not who you think I am." They had been a tempest of passion, a clash of fire and ice, but now it felt like an unraveling, threads of fate slipping through his grasp. He watched as her expression crumbled, the light in her eyes dimming to a flicker, and the sound of her heart breaking echoed louder than any thunder. "Eros!" Her voice shattered, a crystal breaking on the floor. "You are the only truth I know." Was he? He wanted to scream at the heavens, to shake the stars from their sockets. But all he could do was flee, wings thrumming against the air, pulsing with the rhythm of his despair. The world around him morphed into a blur of shadows and whispers, the city sprawling beneath him like a dark tapestry woven with secrets. He could sense the weight of the cosmos pressing down, as if even the universe held its breath, waiting for him to make a choice. The sky felt infinite, yet each flap of his wings carried him deeper into a void of uncertainty. He soared higher and higher, battling against the currents of doubt that swirled around like a tempest. With every heartbeat, Psyche's face haunted him, her eyes, pools of vulnerability that threatened to drown him, the way she had trusted him, mindlessly, wholeheartedly. But love could be a cage, with bars gilded in the sweetest of promises. And as he flew, he felt the remnants of his own shattered heart, the pieces cutting into him like glass. He remembered the laughter they had shared, the quiet moments beneath the stars, the way she had looked at him with a reverence that made him feel whole. But he was not whole, he was fragmented, a collection of scars and secrets. "Eros, wait!" The sound of her voice penetrated the night, a haunting melody that pulled him back, tethering him to a memory he desperately wanted to escape. But he couldn't escape Psyche, not ever. She was woven into his soul, an indelible mark that time could not erase. "Eros!" The urgency broke through the haze, a desperate call that echoed through the stillness, vibrating in the marrow of his bones. He hesitated, suspended in the air, torn between the abyss of freedom and the weight of love. The moon glared down, a ghostly witness to his turmoil, illuminating the truth he could no longer hide from. Deep within, he knew he was not just running from her, but from himself, a self that had become immured in self-doubt and fear. As he turned, the distance between them felt like a chasm, an infinite gulf that threatened to swallow them whole. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though he knew she could not hear. He felt the sharp edges of his choice pressing against his heart, the burden of his decision heavy like an anchor. Above, the stars blinked, indifferent to the pain unfolding below. They twinkled like distant memories, mocking him with their eternal beauty. And all he could do was fly, wings beating against the night, into a future that felt as dark as the void that surrounded him. But every flight must land, every heart must choose. And as he soared higher into the inky blackness, he could feel the threads of fate tightening, the world spiraling toward an inevitable clash, a reckoning that would come, whether he wanted it or not. The night was far from over, and somewhere beneath the surface of their love, the storm was brewing, waiting for the moment to break. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a heartbeat in the suffocating stillness of the room. I stood there, frozen, the shadows creeping in around me, wrapping their cold fingers around my throat. I could feel it, the weight of despair, thick and heavy, pressing down on my chest like a stone. In that moment, silence became a scream, an unending wail that clawed at the walls of my mind. I remember the smell of burnt lilies, the remnants of a once vibrant bouquet now wilted and crumbled on the floor. Ever since he left, my mind had turned to dust. I stared at the remnants of our love, a pitiful reminder of everything that had come undone. Each fallen petal whispered his name, a cruel echo that reverberated through my heart, pulling me deeper into the abyss. Eros was supposed to be my savior, his touch a balm to my soul. But now, he felt like a ghost, slipping through my fingers, leaving nothing but a chilling absence in his wake. I could picture him, his laughter, a melody once sweet, now a haunting tune that played over and over in my mind. I could almost see him, standing at the edge of my memories, a silhouette against the backdrop of my shattered dreams. And then there was Persephone, my dearest friend, her face twisted with concern and bewilderment. She was my anchor, and yet I felt myself slipping through the cracks, unable to hold onto her light. Her eyes glinted with unshed tears, each one a reminder of my own failures. "You don't understand, Psyche," she said, her voice trembling as she reached for my hand. "He's gone. You need to let him go. Let him go." The words hung in the air, a cruel taunt. I could feel rage bubbling beneath my skin, white hot and suffocating. How could she ask me to let go of the one thing that had ever made sense? I wanted to scream, to shake her until the truth fell from her lips like the petals from the bouquet. Instead, I nodded, a hollow agreement, masking the tempest brewing inside me. I remember the dreams. They were the only place where he remained real. Each night, I would close my eyes and allow the darkness to cradle me. In those fleeting moments, Eros would come to me, his fingers tracing the outline of my soul. We would dance under a sky thick with stars that shimmered like shattered glass, a universe spun from our laughter. But with each dawn, the light would creep in, dragging me back to the suffocating silence of reality. I felt the walls of that room press in on me, a prison of memories I couldn't escape. I could hear them, the whispers of the past, echoes of laughter now laced with sorrow. The shadows danced around us, mocking our once vibrant existence. "You should have fought for him," they hissed, their breath cold against my skin. "You let him slip away." Slipping away. The thought gnawed at me like a ravenous beast, relentless and insatiable. I could feel anger rising like bile in my throat. Did I not fight enough? Did I not love enough? I wanted to claw at the walls, to tear down the facade of normalcy that trapped me, but the reality was that I felt paralyzed, as if the very air was heavy with chains. Persephone's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts, a lifeline and a weight all at once. "You need to face him, Psyche. You can't keep doing this to yourself." Her words dripped with urgency, but all I felt was the dread of confrontation. A confrontation would mean facing my own reflection. I remember the night Eros had left, the shadows long and twisted. He had stood at the door, his silhouette framed in the moonlight, a haunted look in his eyes. "I can't do this anymore," he'd whispered, his voice like broken glass. "I need to find myself." Find himself. The phrase echoed hazily in my mind, a mantra that became the backdrop to my sleepless nights. I wanted to scream, to shake him, to remind him of all we had fought through together. But the words died in my throat, choked by the realization that I had been so focused on saving him, I had forgotten to save myself. Persephone's hand on my shoulder pulled me back to the present. "You're stronger than this," she urged, her voice a gentle push against the tide of despair. "You can't keep letting him haunt you." The truth of her words slipped through my defenses, a thorn of reality digging deeper into my heart. I could feel the crack in my soul widening, the fissures of despair spreading like roots of a gnarled tree. And there was Eros, forever entwined with every thought, every fiber of my being. I had become a mere shadow of what I once was, trapped in a cycle of longing and regret. Tension coiled around us, thick and suffocating. I could sense the impending storm, the confrontation looming like a dark cloud on the horizon. I could see Persephone's determination, but it felt like a distant echo, a whisper drowned by the tidal wave of grief crashing over me. And then came the moment, the phone call that would shatter every semblance of peace. My heart raced, a frantic drumming as I answered, my breath caught in my throat. Psyche, his voice emerged from the static, a ghostly apparition that sent shivers down my spine. Can we talk? The world around me faded, leaving only the sound of his voice, familiar yet foreign, a haunting lullaby that stirred every dormant emotion within me. It was a reckoning, a moment where everything would change. I felt Persephone's grip tighten, her presence grounding me amid the chaos. I wanted to say yes, to rush into the storm of our past and grasp him tight. But as the seconds stretched into infinity, I realized the truth: this wasn't just about him anymore. It was about me, about reclaiming my heart from the shadows that had ensnared it. The clock ticked on, each second a reminder that I was still here, still fighting, still alive. I looked at Persephone, her eyes brimming with encouragement, and I breathed in the courage that had long eluded me. Yes, I whispered, my voice barely above a murmur, but it rang with the intensity of a thunderclap. And in that moment, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within the depths of my despair. There was no going back. The conversation would unfold like a delicate tapestry, threads woven with pain, regret, and perhaps a chance for redemption. The storm was upon us, and this time, I would face it head-on. I felt my heart quicken, pounding like a war drum echoing in the silence of the night. The air was thick with anticipation, and I could feel the universe shifting, responding to the call of my resolve. I would not let despair consume me. I would rise from the ashes of my broken heart, for it was time to face the ghosts of my past. Time to step into the shadows and reclaim the light. The clock ticks in a rhythm that could shatter glass. With each pulse, the air thickens, heavy with secrets that claw at the edges of sanity. I stand at the center of this storm, my heart a drum pounding against the cage of my ribs. She is gone. No farewell, no explanation, just an echo. I remember the last time I heard her voice, the way it danced like flames, warming the bitter chill of our lives. You must promise, no matter what, she said. Oh, how naive I was, believing promises could ever anchor the tempest of loss. The shadows stretch long in the dim light, reaching for me, whispering her name, Psyche. I reach for my own heart, grasping it like a life buoy, but it slips through my fingers. My mother's love, what a cruel gift. Love, the double-edged sword, now beckons me toward madness. A flicker of doubt catches in my throat, I'm trembling. Were her hugs a cradle, or a shackle? In this moment of paralyzing silence, I can almost feel her breath against my cheek, a ghostly caress that promises safety, even as it betrays me. Mom! The scream bursts from my lips, raw and unrefined. It echoes off the walls of our crumbling home, a place where laughter once flourished like wildflowers. Now it's a graveyard of memories. I look to the ruins of our kitchen, where the scent of burnt bread still clings to the air like an unwelcome guest. She cooked with her whole heart, a flawed chef with a penchant for charred edges. I remember the way she would smile, a crooked grin that made you forget the smoke, made you believe warmth could be found in the ashes. Why did you leave? I whispered to the walls, half expecting an answer. But silence is a cruel master, and it answers only in riddles. I glance at the broom leaning against the wall, its bristles worn and weary. It's as if it too mourns her absence, a faithful servant to a queen gone. I feel a twinge of guilt, I should be cleaning up the remnants of our lives, yet here I am, drowning in despair. My breath quickens, and I turn toward the door, clasping the doorknob like a lifeline. Outside, the city buzzes with life, unaware of my heartache. Cars honk, people chatter, laughter dances like butterflies around me. But here, inside, the world is painted in shades of grey. I step outside, propelled by a force I cannot name. I need answers. I need to find her. The streets are a labyrinth, twisting underfoot like the threads of fate. I push through the throngs, searching for a face that might hold pieces of her, a familiar stranger. My mind races with fragments of her essence, memories that constrict my chest. I remember her hands, worn and calloused, like the bark of an ancient tree. I remember how she would weave stories from the fabric of our lives, spinning tales that made the mundane magical. Mom, I whisper again, a prayer, a plea. She appears in fleeting glimpses, a silhouette in a storefront window, a laugh that echoes down an alley, but every time I reach for her, she vanishes like smoke. With every step, I feel the weight of my inadequacies pressing down, a relentless tide pulling me under. I am a child again, lost in an infinite forest, calling for my mother. The memories twist into a noose around my throat, choking the air from my lungs. How could love be such a beautiful prison? Then, I see him, a figure cloaked in shadows, perched on the edge of a fountain that has long forgotten the taste of fresh water. His eyes glint like shards of glass, piercing yet indifferent, and for a moment, the world around me fades. You're searching for answers, he says, voice low and gravelly, reverberating like thunder on a still night. Who are you? My voice trembles, both fear and hope intertwining. Someone who knows. He leans closer, and I catch a whiff of something metallic, like old coins and rust. Your mother sacrificed more than you realize. You're not the only one who feels lost. In that moment, I see the fractured pieces of his own story, the haunted look in his eyes, the way his hands quiver as if holding back a storm. We're more alike than I wish to admit. What do you know? My voice is stronger now. She's trapped, Psyche. Trapped between love and despair, he whispers, words swirling in the air like fog. It's a cruel game, and you'll have to play it to set her free. My blood runs cold, the weight of his words settles heavily on my chest. The specter of fear wraps around me, but beneath it simmers a ferocious need to act. What do I have to do? The question hangs between us, pregnant with desperation and determination. Find the pieces, he replies, his voice almost a growl. Each one holds the key to her heart. I blink, his words igniting a flicker of resolve within me. The search for Psyche's answers begins here, in this moment soaked with heartache and hope. The shadows, once menacing, now seem to dance in rhythm with my pulse. I can feel the universe shifting, like the stars realigning in the dark sky above. I turn away from him, toward the horizon painted in hues of crimson and gold, and for the first time, I feel the weight of love as both a burden and a blessing. The clock continues to tick, counting down seconds that slip through my fingers like sand. I step forward into the unknown, heart racing, breathless with a mixture of fear and longing. The only certainty is that love is a labyrinth, and I will not stop until I find her. The chase has begun. Darkness enveloped Psyche like a shroud, the night pressing down around her, a weight that turned the world into a suffocating silence. Only the soft rustle of windswept leaves broke the stillness, whispering secrets she dared not comprehend. She stood at the edge of the forest, heart pounding like the war drums of a distant battlefield. Shadows twisted and danced, the tree line looming like ancient sentinels, watching, judging. She felt small, so small, beneath their gaze. I remember the way love felt, she murmured to herself, a ghost of a smile flickering across her lips, bittersweet and haunted. I remember the warmth, the light. It was a lie, she knew. Love was now a flickering candle in a storm, wavering, ready to snuff out. But she wouldn't let it die, not yet, not while the stakes were so unbearably high. Across the treacherous terrain lay Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, powerful and merciless. Psyche's heart wrenched at the thought of her, a figure so celestial yet so cruel. The queen of the heavens had summoned her with a fury that split the skies, and Psyche's fate rested on a single, trembling breath. It was an impossible task, a cruel game, and she was merely a pawn, yet she couldn't allow fear to consume her. Not again. Why do you do this to yourself? Her inner voice taunted, sharp as a knife, reminding her of insecurities that called around her like ivy. He was never yours to keep. Eros. The name felt like a mantra, a prayer, a curse. The memory of his touch ignited something within her, a fire that danced on the edges of despair. But now, he was lost, caught in a labyrinth of divine machinations, and she was left to navigate this dark path alone. Your beauty is a curse, a voice echoed in her mind, the bitter laughter of the townsfolk who watched from shadows, their envy cutting deeper than any dagger. You're just a girl, a fragile girl. The words were daggers, scraping against her courage, each syllable an echo of her past, a reminder of her humanity. But she breathed in the scent of damp earth, and it grounded her. She was more than their whispers, more than their judgments. A shadow flickered beyond the trees, and her pulse quickened. Was it him? Had he somehow found her? No. The darkness hid no saviors tonight, only threats yet unspoken. She squared her shoulders and stepped forward, determination spiraling into purpose, igniting every fiber of her being. Each step was heavy, laden with fear yet propelled by an undeniable force, a love that defied the very cosmos. And in that moment, she caught sight of the moon, its pale glow bathing everything in an ethereal light. It felt like a promise, a glimmer of hope piercing through the blackened veil. "I will not fail," she whispered, the sound barely escaping her lips, yet it echoed like thunder in her heart. She could taste the metallic tang of anticipation, the sweetness of resolve mixed with the bitterness of doubt. She was a contradiction wrapped in a shroud of vulnerability, and that was precisely what made her strong. As she ventured deeper, the path became treacherous, each step punctuated by the whisper of her own doubt. She remembered their stolen moments, the laughter shared under flickering stars, Eros' eyes filled with warmth, affection, a sanctuary she had never known she craved. "I remember how it felt to be adored," she choked, the sting of unshed tears burning in the corners of her eyes. But now, love felt like a blade, sharp and unyielding, threatening to plunge into her very soul. Suddenly, the weight of loss pressed against her, a tidal wave of memories crashing over her. She could almost feel his touch, the way his fingers had brushed against her skin like soft silk, igniting fires she thought long extinguished. What if she never saw him again? What if this was all a cruel jest, a dream from which she would never awaken? The thought twisted in her gut, and she stumbled, grasping at the rough bark of a nearby tree for support. "Psyche," a voice whispered, slicing through the darkness like a beacon. Her heart stopped. It was hauntingly familiar, yet laced with a sorrow that tightened around her throat. She turned sharply, searching the shadows, desperate for the owner of that voice, but found only the coldness of the night. "You are not alone," it called again, echoing from the depths of her mind. "Then where are you?" she cried out, a desperate plea spiraling from her lips, her voice raw with emotion, trembling like autumn leaves. The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm of loneliness that swallowed her whole. For a fleeting moment, she teetered on the edge of despair, her resolve threatening to shatter like fragile glass. But then, a flicker of defiance stirred within her, igniting a fierce determination as she remembered her purpose. She wasn't merely chasing love, she was defying the gods, refusing to be another soul lost to their whims. With every ounce of strength, she pushed forward, the shadows clinging to her like old regrets, but she would not succumb. She would face Aphrodite, not as a victim but as a warrior, a lover willing to brave the storm. "Tonight, I will reclaim my heart," she breathed, a mantra woven with every step. The path twisted ominously, filled with uncertainty, yet she pressed on, fear morphing into something greater, a fierce resolve that flickered like a flame against the encroaching night. Time warped around her, a dizzying spiral of moments lost and memories gained. Psyche could feel the remnants of her past weaving into the fabric of her soul, nourishing her with the fragments of who she was. Eros was out there, calling her from the abyss, and she would reach him. She would traverse the valley of shadows, cross the threshold of despair, and embrace the very essence of love that had once brought her to her knees. Hope is a fragile thing, she thought, her breath hitching as she forged onward. But I will carry it like a torch. And with every heartbeat, she felt the distance between them shrink, the longing growing into something palpable, an unseen thread binding her to him, a testament to her unwavering spirit. The air thickened with tension, anticipation crackling like electricity, as she approached the glimmering threshold of the goddess. And even as the specter of fear loomed like a dark cloud, Psyche's heart surged with a fierce determination that echoed through the silence. "I am Psyche," she proclaimed, her voice steady, a declaration that resonated through the night. "I will not be forgotten. I will not be broken." The shadows whispered around her, secrets concealed in the darkness, but she was ready to confront them. Ready to confront Aphrodite. As the temple loomed before her, adorned with the beauty that mocked her very existence, she squared her shoulders, eyes alight with fierce ambition. This was only the beginning, a prelude to a confrontation that would shake the heavens themselves. And in that moment, with the stars as her witness, Psyche took a deep breath, stepping into the light, ready to face the goddess who had set her on this perilous path. The moon hung like a silver dagger in the sky, a sentinel of secrets and sorrows, shadows clutching the alleys of the city where love bathed in both light and darkness. I stood at the heart of the storm, my breath catching in my throat, the air thick with the scent of desperation and roses. A soft whisper curled around my heart, a memory of laughter lost in time, a haunting melody that echoed in the caverns of my mind. "I can't do this," screamed Cassia, her voice slicing through the night. The crack of her panic shattered the stillness, leaving a void where hope once lingered. Her eyes, pools of fear and defiance, glimmered with unshed tears. She stood at the crossroads, where passion and pain danced a wicked tango, her hands trembling as she faced the abyss of choice. In the shadows, I watched, every fiber of my being taut with dread. Cassia was everything, a tempest of dreams and insecurities, a flame that flickered fiercely yet threatened to extinguish at the slightest breath. She bore the weight of 1,000 love letters, each one a ghost tethered to her heart, each one a reminder of what it meant to ache and to want. That girl, I thought, is on the brink. I could feel her heart thrumming like a caged bird, beating against the walls of her chest, desperate for freedom yet terrified of flight. And then there was Marcus, lurking just beyond the fringes of the light, his silhouette etched sharply against the backdrop of night. He was a soldier of heartbreak, a man sculpted from the remnants of battles fought in the name of love, the scars etched on his soul a testament to his failures. I remembered his laughter, once bright like the sun, now dulled by regret and haunted by memories of Cassia. "I love her," he had confessed once, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking her name too loudly would shatter the fragile bond they shared. But love isn't enough, is it? He stood there now, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white as if holding on to hope by sheer will alone. I could see the storm brewing in his eyes, a tempest of longing and despair swirling within, threatening to consume him. "Choose!" Cassia shouted, her voice breaking like the fragile glass of dreams. "Choose me or your past." The words hung heavy, the air crackling with tension, as each heartbeat echoed like a ticking clock, a reminder that time was slipping away. I felt the weight of her insistence, the urgency of the moment, and I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence with a truth that resonated in my own soul. Love is a battlefield, I thought, as their eyes locked, a collision of souls, an electric charge that bridged the chasm of their fears. But the irony was thick, love was never straightforward, never easy. It was a labyrinth, twisting and turning, leading them deeper into the shadows, far from the light. "I remember our laughter," Cassia said, her voice softening, becoming a fragile whisper that curled around us like smoke. "I remember the way we danced under the stars, careless and wild." And with that, I could see the walls around her heart begin to crack, the memories flooding in like a tidal wave, each moment a glimpse of what could be, or what should have been. She was vulnerable, raw, and magnificent, and yet fear clung to her like a shroud, a reminder of the wounds that love had left in its wake. "What if I can't let go?" Marcus's voice trembled, and I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. "What if I lose you in the process?" A silence fell, a suffocating weight that pressed down on us, thick as fog. The city around us faded, the world collapsing into this moment where choices were made and futures were forged in the fire of passion and heartbreak. I could almost see the clock ticking, each second a heartbeat, counting down to either salvation or ruin. Cassia's breaths were shallow, each inhalation a struggle, each exhalation a silent prayer. And Marcus, torn between the ghosts of his past and the promise of her, stood like a statue, a monument to the agony of indecision. Love shouldn't be this hard, I thought, and yet, standing there, I knew it was. Life was a series of intricate challenges laid before them by Aphrodite herself, a cruel game of chance and fate, where the stakes were their hearts. "I want to fight for you, Cassia," Marcus finally uttered, his voice trembling with unrestrained emotion. "But I can't promise you a fairy tale." "I don't want a fairy tale," she whispered, her voice breaking, a raw edge of vulnerability edging her words. "I just want you." Their eyes locked again, a silent dialogue brewing beneath the surface, emotion swirling like a tempest. I felt the gravity of their connection, the pull and push of their souls colliding, like stars on the brink of supernova. But in that moment, amid the chaos, a flicker of doubt crept in. Would love be enough to bridge the chasm of their fears? Would the weight of their pasts drown them, holding them captive in a cycle of heartache? In the stillness that followed, I felt the air shimmer, charged with the electricity of unspoken words. The world around us faded, the shadows whispered secrets, and I stood witness to the rawest of human emotions: fear, hope, love, heartbreak, all swirling in a cosmic dance that transcended time itself. And just when it seemed the tide would break, just when I thought love might conquer all, silence fell, a deafening pause as the moment stretched, thick with anticipation. One choice, one breath, one heartbeat could change everything. Would Cassie reach for Marcus, or would the shadows pull them apart, spiraling into the depths of despair? In that frozen heartbeat of uncertainty, I felt the world tilt, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling, a cosmic joke played by the gods. The trials had begun, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear Aphrodite's laughter, a haunting melody, a promise of chaos and beauty intertwined. And in that electric silence, I knew, all too well, that love was never simple, never easy. It was a tempest, the greatest trial of all. The grains were scattered on the cold, damp ground, glinting like broken stars thrown carelessly from the heavens. A chill rushed through the air, the kind that tainted the lungs with a taste of desperation. I stood there, heart racing against the relentless tick-tock of the clock, its sound echoing in my head, a cruel reminder of the time slipping away. I couldn't afford to lose this battle. "Focus," whispered Mara, her voice taut with anxiety, eyes darting like frightened birds. She knelt beside me, fingers trembling as she sifted through the pile, each touch a silent prayer for salvation. I could see the jagged edges of fear cutting across her face. She was only 17, but the weight of the world rested heavily on her fragile shoulders. If we don't sort these grains, the harvest will be lost. I can't let them starve again. And who could blame her? Each grain represented not just sustenance but hope that maybe, just maybe, we could defy the dark tendrils of despair that had wrapped around our village like a suffocating shroud. I could feel the hunger in my own belly, a gnawing monster that was always there, a reminder of what we stood to lose. I remember my father's laughter, how it filled the air like sunlight spilling through a cracked window. But laughter was a distant memory now, replaced by the hollow echoes of ghostly silence. I struggled to remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the smell of fresh bread baking in the oven. Instead, I faced the relentless cold of the night, where shadows stretched and whispered secrets of the past. Why do we even bother? I muttered, the bitterness clawing at my throat. It's just grains. What does it matter if we fail? The words tasted wrong on my tongue, as if I were spitting on the legacy of those who had fought to survive. Because, Mara said, her voice fierce, a fire igniting within her even as the chill of doubt consumed me. Because it matters to us. To them. We can't give in. She grabbed a handful of the grains, the rough texture scratching against her palm, and hurled them to the ground as if casting a spell. These grains are life. Without them, we're already dead. Her defiance rattled me. I couldn't help but admire her unwavering spirit, yet envy gnawed at my chest like a parasite. I couldn't bear the thought of failure. My hands trembled as I plunged them into the pile, feeling the gritty earth mix with despair. I sorted through the grains, each one a testimony to our struggles, but what if it wasn't enough? The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, as if the heavens were bleeding. The shadows grew longer, and I half expected them to stretch out and swallow us whole. "We're running out of time," I said, urgency clawing at my throat like a wolf ready to pounce. Mara flinched but didn't look up. She was lost in her rhythm, a dance choreographed by desperation. I watched her, wanting to feel the same resolve but consumed by a rising tide of fear, the kind that wraps around the heart and squeezes until it bursts. I remember the night our village elder spoke of a prophecy, a tale of loss and resurrection. He had warned us that the darkness would come, that we must be ready to face it. But who could prepare for such a weight? Who could carry the burden of hope when shadows loomed? As I sorted the grains, I caught a glimpse of something glinting in the dirt, a shard of glass, jagged and cruel. I picked it up, cradling it in my palm, a symbol of shattered dreams. It cut into my skin, but the pain was a reminder that I was still alive, still breathing, still fighting. "Mara," I said, voice barely a whisper. "What if we don't make it? What if this is our last stand?" The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, like a storm cloud pregnant with thunder. Her eyes met mine, fierce and unyielding. "Then we fight anyway. Because there's no other way. If we go down swinging." A shiver ran down my spine. Her courage was palpable, electrifying, but it only heightened my own fears. In that moment, I felt the weight of her resolve crashing against my uncertainty. I closed my eyes, letting the darkness wash over me. Would courage be enough against the tide of despair? "Help me," I breathed, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. With every grain we sorted, the silence around us crackled, charged with the weight of uncertainty. It felt as though the universe itself held its breath, waiting to see if we would rise or fall. The shadows lengthened, creeping ever closer, encroaching upon our fragile sanctuary. I could hear the distant echoes of laughter, the ghosts of the past murmuring in my ear, taunting me with memories I couldn't hold onto. I sorted faster now, hands moving with feverish intensity, grains slipping through my fingers like sand through an hourglass. I could feel the weight of time pressing down on me, a relentless force determined to crush hope. Each grain became a heartbeat, pounding in rhythm with my racing thoughts. "Almost there," Mara said, her voice stronger now, and I clung to that spark like a lifeline. Her spirit ignited something within me, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But then, a crack, a thunderous sound echoed through the night, shattering our fragile bubble of hope. The ground trembled beneath us, and I felt the air grow thick with fear. "What was that?" I gasped, eyes wide, searching the shadows for a sign. The world around us felt as if it were unraveling, the very fabric of reality fraying at the edges. Time stretched, warped, and suddenly I was back in the moments of my childhood, the laughter, the warmth, and the comfort of family. But it was fleeting, like smoke slipping through my fingers. "Stay with me!" Mara yelled, fists clenched, but I felt myself slipping. I could taste the bitterness of despair, the weight of the past bearing down on me. The shadows whispered darker things, promises of failure lurking just beyond the reach of the light. I remembered the elder's words, the haunting prophecy echoing in my mind. "The darkness will come, and you must be ready." But ready for what? What did it mean? As the night deepened, the answer slipped further away, obscured by the terror wrapping its fingers around my heart. Suddenly, the pile of grain shimmered, a mirage in the desolation, and the clock continued its relentless ticking. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a drumbeat that synchronized with the pulse of fear in my veins. We were on the precipice of something monumental and terrifying. I could feel it in the air, the tension, the weight of our choices pressing down like a shroud. The first task lay before us, and we clawed our way through the darkness, struggling for breath, for life, for hope. And when the final grain slipped through my fingers, I knew it wasn't just about sorting anymore. It was about survival, about defying the shadows that threatened to engulf us whole. As the darkness closed in, I clutched the shard of glass tightly, an embrace of defiance, a promise that we would fight until the very end. "Together," I whispered, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance, hope, fear, desperation, all swirling together like a storm waiting to break. The night was alive with anticipation, and we stood at the edge, ready to face whatever came next. Thunder rumbled, a guttural growl echoing through the drenched forest, as if the very earth were protesting what was about to unfold. Each drop of rain felt like a whispered warning, pooling at the roots of ancient trees, drawing shadows that stretched and twisted, reaching out to clutch at the trembling hearts of those who dared to tread this cursed ground. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, wrapped in the suffocating cloak of fear. The golden fleece shimmered somewhere ahead, but the path to it was a twisted labyrinth of nightmares, and I was merely a pawn in this game of gods and beasts. I remember the taste of blood on my tongue as the memory flooded back, my sister, her laughter like a chime in the breeze, now a phantom echo in my mind. She once said, "The fleece is a myth, a child's dream." But I had seen it, glowing like a sunbeam trapped in a tempest. The fleece was real, and so was the danger. My heart raced, a wild animal clawing for escape, but there was no going back. I was bound by fate, a thread pulled tight, spiraling into the unknown. Behind me, Jason stood like a statue, carved from the stone of resolve, yet I could see the cracks in his facade. His eyes, usually so fierce, flickered with uncertainty. "Are you ready?" he asked, voice low, cutting through the rain like a knife. But the question hung heavy, laden with things unsaid. I wanted to scream, to tell him that I was less than ready, that I felt like a paper boat about to capsize in a storm. But I only nodded, teeth gritted against the tide of panic. And then there was Atalanta, a warrior forged in the fires of battle, yet the shadows clung to her more than any armor. I could see it in the way her fingers twitched, gripping the hilt of her sword like it was the only thing keeping her tethered to sanity. "Fear is a beast," she whispered, "and it feeds on the weak." But I could feel it, creeping up my spine, wrapping around my heart. We are all weak, I thought, just in different ways. The forest crackled with energy, the air thick with an electric charge that sent shivers down my spine. A chill whispered through the branches, like the fingers of a ghost brushing against my skin. "What if we don't make it back?" I almost said, but the words choked me. Instead, I focused on the ghostly outlines of the trees, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like skeletal fingers grasping for something lost. Each creak and rustle was a reminder of the darkness that dwelled here, the beasts that would stop at nothing to guard their treasure. And then the ground shook, a deep rumble that resonated in the marrow of my bones. I had forgotten, in my selfish terror, that we weren't alone. The guardians of the fleece were near, lurking in the shadows, waiting to feast on our fear. A howl pierced the air, raw and primal, a sound that sent my heart into a frantic race. Jason's hand shot out, grabbing mine, grounding me even as the world spun into chaos. "Stay close," he said, and I felt the warmth radiating from him, a lifeline in a tempest. The trees parted like a curtain, revealing a clearing bathed in an eerie glow. There it was, the golden fleece, suspended from a branch, shimmering like 1,000 stars caught in a golden web. It was beautiful, terrifying, a siren song that pulled at the very fabric of my being. I could feel its allure, the promise of glory and power, but lurking beneath it was a darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. "Do you see it?" Atalanta breathed, her voice barely a whisper, reverence mingling with dread. But I could only stare, entranced and horrified. "It's not just a prize, it's a curse," I thought, the realization sinking in like lead. How many had come before us, lured by the glimmer of gold, only to be devoured by greed and ambition? I could almost hear their silent screams, echoing through time, a warning wrapped in layers of despair. Jason took a step forward, but I pulled him back. "Wait!" I cried, the word escaping me like a gasp. What if it's a trap?" My voice trembled, but inside, a fire ignited, a protective instinct that surged through my veins. I couldn't let him fall into that abyss, couldn't watch him sacrifice everything for a fleeting dream. "We can't let it consume us," I pleaded. "Not like it did to others." His gaze flickered, uncertainty flickering like a candle in the wind. "We need it," he said, though I could hear the tremor in his voice. "We can't go back empty-handed." But I saw the turmoil, the war raging within him, the battle between ambition and loyalty, between dreams and the reality of our mortality. I wanted to scream, to pull him away from that cursed glow, but we were caught in an intricate web spun by fate. Before I could say anything more, the howl returned, closer now, a sound that churned the pit of my stomach into a roiling sea of dread. Shadows broke from the trees, beasts writhing in the gloom, eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. Panic surged, pushing me to the edge, a primal instinct urging me to flee. I glanced at Atalanta, and in that moment, I saw the same fear reflected in her eyes, a mirror of my own soul laid bare. And then we were moving, a chaotic dance of desperation and resolve, racing toward the fleece even as the beasts closed in, teeth bared, claws outstretched. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, an urgent drumbeat of impending doom, but somewhere deep down, beneath the fear, a flicker of hope ignited. We were alive, fighting against the shadows that threatened to consume us. I remembered my sister's laughter, the way she had once spun tales of adventure, and in that memory, a spark of defiance ignited. We would not be just pawns in this game. We were warriors, flawed yet fierce, bound by our shared struggles. In the heart of that storm, we would confront our fears, not just for the fleece, but for each other, for the bonds that tied us together, fragile yet unbreakable. The battle was coming, and as we stood on the brink of the unknown, I knew this was just the beginning. The water of Styx glinted under a waning moon, its surface a mirror for the haunted faces that peered into its depths. I stood on its banks, my heart thundering like the hooves of a wild horse, every beat a countdown to the inevitable. Mist curled around my ankles, a chilling embrace, whispering secrets of the ones who had come before, those who had not returned. I heard his voice, a spectral echo inside my mind, urging me to step closer, to taste the bitter edge of despair. Ronan stood beside me, his fists clenched, knuckles white and straining against the tension that hung heavy in the air. His gaze flickered from the water to the jagged cliffs beyond, where shadows danced and twisted like forgotten dreams. "We have to do this," he said, his voice a trembling thread barely holding together. "It's the only way." I wished fervently he was wrong. But Ronan was always right. Always burdened with the truth, even when it burned. I remember every moment leading to this. I breathed, fighting against the fear that threatened to consume me. Every choice that felt small but reverberated like thunder. The memories cascaded through me, each one sharp and cutting, like shards of glass buried in my skin. The day I first met him, the warmth of his laughter, the way the sunlight caught in his hair, those beautiful moments felt like a lifetime ago, now warped and twisted into the nightmare we faced. "Stop thinking about the past," he snapped, his frustration spilling over, molten and raw. "We have a future to fight for." His eyes, usually pools of warmth, were now stormy seas filled with worry. I could see the clock ticking away behind them, a cruel reminder of time slipping through our fingers like sand. I closed my eyes, blocking out the world, focusing solely on the pulse of the night. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying warnings from the unseen. Branches creaked overhead like bones echoing in a silent grave. My thoughts spiraled, dancing on the edge of panic. The water shimmered, beckoning, a siren song laced with danger. What if we don't come back? The words slipped out before I could swallow them, a confession I had kept buried deep. Ronan's silence wrapped around us like a shroud, and for a moment, I thought I could hear the gentle lapping of the river, the pulse of the universe synchronized with my racing heart. "Then we die," he said slowly, "but at least we tried." His voice cracked at the edges, revealing the boy beneath the warrior mask, the boy who feared darkness but faced it anyway. I wanted to scream, to shake him free of this madness, to pull him back from the abyss that loomed ahead. But he had already made up his mind, and I was tethered to him, unwilling to let go. "Why does it always come to this?" I whispered, staring into the water, where shadows flickered like ghosts. "Why do we have to sacrifice?" The question hung heavy between us, a storm cloud ready to break. I could see in Ronan's expression the anguish of choice. The burden of hope versus despair. "Because some things are worth fighting for," he murmured, and in that moment, I felt both the weight of his words and the tremor of doubt. I felt the swell of something vast and unknowable rising within me, a tide of fear, hope, and anger that threatened to drown us both. Even if it means facing the dead. The dead! Their whispers drifted on the wind, caressing my skin with icy fingers. I could almost see them pushing through the veil, shadows of the lost, reaching for something just out of grasp. I shuddered, the memory of every loss crashing over me like a wave. And then, it struck me, the haunting reality of those who had crossed the water and never returned. Each of them had carried their own burdens, their own shattered dreams. Would we join their ranks? I remember the laughter I choked out, the warmth of life before all this. Each word felt like a brick, building a wall between the past and the uncertain future, but Ronan's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. "It's still there," he insisted, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "We just have to fight for it." The water rippled, a sudden surge that sent chills racing up my spine, as if the river itself had heard our despair. I felt something shift in the air, a charged energy that rippled through the night. Shadows shifted again, and I realized it wasn't just the water that was alive, it was the very world around us. The ghosts stirred with anticipation, whispering their secrets, beckoning us closer to the brink. Are we truly prepared to face this? I asked, doubt clawing at my insides like a wild animal hungry for escape. What if we lose everything? We won't, Ronan vowed, his eyes fierce, locking onto mine. We can't lose if we don't let go. He stepped closer to the water, the moonlight casting silver on his skin. I felt as if I were standing on the edge of the universe, teetering between reality and the unknown, between life and death. This was the moment of truth, the heart-stopping, breath-stealing moment that would either shatter us or set us free. As he leaned down, the water began to swirl, a dark vortex that spoke of despair, of longing, of the weight of choices made and those left unmade. I felt every heartbeat, every moment of doubt, every splinter of fear. I could taste the salt of tears on my lips as I prepared to plunge into the depths, to fight for the echoes of our fragile existence. Ronan's hand in mine was the tether that held me to this life, and I couldn't let go. Together, we would face the ghosts, the monsters lurking beneath the surface, the memories yet to be forged. We would plunge into the water of STYX, diving headlong into the abyss of our own hearts, where every tear shed and every laugh shared would either bind us together or tear us apart. Together, I whispered, and Ronan nodded, the weight of our fate swirling in the darkness. The water beckoned, a promise and a threat, and as we stepped forward, I knew that the real battle was only just beginning. The air hung heavy, a whisper of dread curling through the night like smoke rising from a forgotten fire. I stood at the edge of the world, the horizon trembling beneath the weight of an unseen hand. Dark clouds rolled overhead, as if the sky itself conspired to cloak the truth. My heart thudded in my chest, 1, 2, 3 beats of uncertainty, a countdown to calamity. Shadows danced between the trees, flickering like lost phantoms, and I knew the fourth task was upon us. I remember Sophia, her eyes wide with unspent fear, the way she clenched her fists. She was always so full of life, a sunbeam trapped in this damp, darkened world, and yet now her laughter had turned brittle, splintered by the gravity of fate. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the howling wind. Each syllable trembled, thick with the weight of something unspeakable looming just beyond the trees. The beauty of Proserpina was both a promise and a curse, a siren song leading us toward an unfathomable abyss. And then there was Marcus, his breath shallow, a man caught in the crosshairs of his own demons. He paced like a caged beast, hands raking through his hair as if he could claw his way out of the madness. "We have to go back," he insisted, eyes darting like a hunted animal. But there was a spark in him, the reckless curiosity that had drawn me in, the same spark that lit the fire of our reckless decisions. "What if this is it?" he murmured, a dangerous thrill lacing his words. "What if we're meant to find her?" I remembered the stories, the way they spun around the tavern tables like drunken souls, tales of Proserpina, the queen of the underworld, stolen from her garden of innocence. Each story, a thread woven into the tapestry of our fears. We had spoken of her beauty, her sorrow, the way she danced between life and death, and now we stood on the precipice of our own tale, insatiable and haunting. The wind picked up, a gust that sent chills racing down my spine, and I could almost see her, a fleeting silhouette amidst the trees, a teasing glimpse of beauty veiled in darkness. "They say she beckons to those who dare," I said softly, my voice barely a whisper. The truth clawed at my throat, it promised everything, yet warned of nothing. My heart pounded on, a drumbeat of dread, and I felt the ghosts of the past wrap around me, their icy fingers tracing the lines of my memories. "Stop it," Sophia snapped, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "You're scaring me." I turned to her, saw the glimmer of tears pooling in those bright eyes, and I felt the weight of the world settle on my shoulders. I was supposed to be brave, to shield her from the nightmares that lurked in the corners of our minds. But could I shield her from the truth? That the beauty of Proserpina was as much a prison as it was a paradise? "Maybe she's waiting for us," Marcus breathed, his words igniting something in the air. He stepped closer, shadows pulling him deeper into the darkness, his presence like a magnet drawing me toward a fate I didn't want to face. My pulse quickened, a surge of adrenaline mixed with dread. What if we found her? What if Proserpina was not merely a figure of law but flesh and blood, breathing, yearning for something more? And then came the rustle, soft at first, like a lover's breath, but growing louder, more insistent. The shadows shifted, and a chill swept through the trees, wrapping around us like an embrace from the beyond. My heart beat faster, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal desperate for escape. Sophia whimpered, a sound that shattered the stillness, and I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, a reflection of my own. She's here, I breathed, but the words felt heavy, laden with dread. The air thickened, charged with the electric anticipation of something unspeakable. In that moment, time twisted and warped around us, echoes of laughter mingling with distant cries. It felt like the moment just before a storm, a calm before the chaos, a heartbeat suspended in the void. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, a woman, draped in white, her beauty ethereal and haunting, a paradox of life and death. Proserpina. I blinked, and she was there, standing like a wisp of smoke caught in the moonlight. My breath caught in my throat. She was both magnificent and terrifying, a vision woven from the fabric of dreams. Her eyes glimmered with ancient knowledge, the weight of eternity pressing against her brow. "Why do you seek me?" she asked, her voice a melody that resonated deep within my bones. I felt the pull of her presence, an invitation wrapped in danger. The smell of earth and decay hung heavy around her, like flowers blooming in dark soil. I wanted to reach out, to touch the edge of her reality, to grasp something that felt impossibly out of reach. Sophia stepped forward, her voice trembling. "We're lost." It was a simple admission, raw and disarming. In that moment, I saw the flicker of recognition in Proserpina's eyes, a shared understanding that stitched the fabric of our lives together. Even in our darkest hours, we sought beauty. The heart of our humanity lay not in isolation but in connection. But Marcus wasn't done yet. "What do you offer us?" he demanded, his bravado masking the tremor beneath. "What is the price?" His voice hung in the air, an echo of desperation. Each word sank deeper into the ground, roots entwining with our fears. The ground was shifting, the line between reality and dream blurring, and my heart raced as a shiver of anticipation coursed through me. Proserpina's laughter rang out, haunting and beautiful, a sound that resonated in the marrow of my bones. "I offer beauty," she murmured, each word a caress laced with sorrow. "But beauty comes with a cost." The darkness swirled around us, and I could feel the tension tightening, the air electric with possibilities, each heartbeat a step closer to the edge. As the trees whispered secrets, I knew we were standing on the brink of something monumental. The fourth task loomed, a trial that would test not just our resolve but the very essence of what it meant to be human. We were tangled in dreams and nightmares, lost in a labyrinth of our own making, and the only way out was through the heart of Proserpina herself. I felt it, the pulse of the universe thrumming beneath our feet, a reminder that every choice echoed through time. Sophia's hand brushed against mine, a tether in the storm, while Marcus's eyes shone with reckless abandon. We were unprepared for what lay ahead, but the fire of our hunger burned brightly, illuminating our path into the unknown. Whatever lay on the other side of Proserpina's beauty, I knew one thing: we would not turn back. The darkness called us, and as the first tendrils of night clutched at our hearts, we took a step forward, together, on the edge of all that was and all that could be. The air was thick with a haunting silence, broken only by the distant echo of a single drop of water falling into darkness. It resonated like a heartbeat in the void, a reminder that life, however fragile, was still present somewhere beneath this suffocating weight. Psyche's breath hitched in her throat, the chill of the underworld wrapping around her like a ghostly shroud. She was not here to find peace, she was here to reclaim what was lost, to wrestle with shadows that whispered and taunted. Eros, she murmured, the name a fragile thread tethering her to the world above. Each syllable was a prayer, a plea to the universe that seemed to conspire against her. Somewhere, in the bowels of this realm, he lingered, her love, her light, now a mere flicker in the oppressive darkness. She had traded everything for him, her heart laid bare, and now that heart was shuddering under the weight of despair. The path twisted and turned, slick with the moisture of sorrow. Memories unfurled like fog, each step summoned a haunting vision of Eros, his laughter, the way his eyes danced with sunlight, how they whispered promises that felt as eternal as the stars. But now, those stars were swallowed by night, and she was lost, adrift in a sea of shadows. "Are you still with me?" A voice sliced through the silence, sharp and brittle, like glass shattering in the stillness. It was Orpheus, a soul bound to music yet shackled by grief. He stood there, a silhouette against the gloom, his lyre cradled like a wounded bird. Orpheus stepped closer, his eyes dark with understanding, the kind that comes from having danced with death. "You think you can take him back? You think love can triumph over this?" His voice wavered, but the intensity held her captive. Love doesn't always conquer. Sometimes it just fades. "I remember the warmth of his touch," she said, her voice trembling, the memory igniting a flicker of defiance. "I remember the way he smiled, the way I felt whole in his presence." But even as she spoke, doubt seeped in, a metallic taste on her tongue. Memories are fickle, Psyche. They feed on your desires, twisting them into something unrecognizable. Orpheus's gaze wandered to the shadows, where specters of sorrow danced, mocking her with their silent laughter. "You're chasing a ghost." "Enough!" she shouted, the sound echoing off unseen walls, a bolt of anger brightening the darkness for a heartbeat. "I will not let fear dictate my path. I will not let it take him from me." But behind her bravado, a tremor rippled. The underworld was a labyrinth of despair, and she was its unwitting prisoner. And then it hit her, the chilling truth that reverberated in her bones. Eros was not just lost, he was trapped. The price of her love weighed heavily, a burden she had willingly embraced. She had defied the gods, she had tasted their wrath. "Psyche." The word was a whisper, barely carried by the stale air. Orpheus reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, grounding her. "There's a trial ahead. The queen of the underworld, she will test you. You must face your own darkness, your own fears. Only then can you find him." "I'll face anything," she declared, the fire in her heart igniting fiercely. "I will confront the shadows. I will show them that love is a force to be reckoned with." Her resolve felt like a flame against the night, but even as she said it, doubt lurked in the corners of her mind, waiting to extinguish her light. "Then come," Orpheus urged, his voice an anchor in the swirling tempest of her thoughts. "We'll confront the darkness together." As they moved deeper into the underworld, the air grew colder, pressing against her skin like an old, familiar fear. Shadows twisted into forms that seemed to reach out, caressing her with icy fingers. Wisps of memory swirled around her like ghosts, and she recoiled, a shudder coursing through her. She saw flashes of moments, laughing, crying, the warmth of Eros against her skin, but the laughter twisted into cries, the warmth became a chill. "I remember," she whispered, tears blurring her vision. "I remember the light." The shadows danced closer, eager to consume her. "I remember when love felt like a safe haven, not a battlefield." "Hold on to that," Orpheus urged, his hand tightening on her shoulder. "Remember the light, and let it guide you. Do not let fear drown you." But fear was a tide, relentless and unforgiving. It surged with every step, clawing at her heart. The underworld was alive, a pulsating entity that fed on her trepidation. She could hear whispers, muted and sinister, echoing her darkest thoughts. "You don't deserve him. You will never escape." Psyche gritted her teeth, the taste of iron on her tongue, and pressed forward, every heartbeat a drum echoing her intent. She would fight. She would claw her way through the darkness, through the whispers and shadows. Eros was waiting, of that she was certain. "Psyche!" Orpheus's voice sliced through the darkness, pulling her back from the brink. "Prepare yourself." Ahead, a figure emerged, a silhouette against the void, a queen cloaked in shadows, the embodiment of desolation. Her eyes glowed like dying stars, and her presence wrapped around them, heavy and suffocating. "Welcome," she intoned, her voice a melody laced with malice. "You've come for love, but love is a cruel mistress, is it not? It demands everything, and yet gives nothing in return. Psyche felt her heart race, a wild drumbeat of desperation. She could not falter now, not when Eros's essence flickered just beyond reach. "I will face whatever trial you set forth," she declared, her voice a fragile yet defiant thread against the encroaching dark. "I will not turn back." The queen smiled, a chilling curve of lips that promised torment. "Very well, then. Let the games begin." And as shadows surged forward, her heart thundered, a battle cry against despair, a testament to love's enduring power, echoing in the hollow silence of the underworld. The confrontation had begun, and Psyche was ready to embrace whatever darkness lay ahead, determined not to become its victim but its conqueror. The air thickened, laden with an almost palpable tension, as the shadows crept closer, swallowing the once vibrant colors of the chamber. Psyche stood at the precipice of despair, heart racing like a frantic drum echoing in a silent forest. There was no soundtrack to this tragedy, just the rustling of her own breath, shaky and desperate. A mirror hung on the wall, cracked, reflecting her fear and determination in equal measure. She could hear the whispers of the past, haunting her like lost souls in the dark. "I remember the taste of freedom," she whispered, more to herself than to the void. "I remember the scent of wildflowers, the feel of sunlight on my skin. When did I become this shadow?" In the dim corners of the room, the shadows seemed to pulse, as if they breathed alongside her. Her eyes darted to the heavy wooden door, knowing he was on the other side, Cupid, her heart's tormentor and savior, the very embodiment of her joy and anguish. His absence was a wound that reeked of salt and betrayal. She could still feel the warmth of his embrace, the electric spark of their connection, a ghost lingering in the corners of her mind, taunting her with memories that felt both beautiful and cruel. "Why can't you choose?" she cried out, her voice a fragile thread, fraying at the edges. "Why can't you see what you've taken from me?" Outside, the world was alive, bustling with laughter and life. But inside this prison of her own making, it was a different story, a suffocating silence that wrapped around her like fog. Psyche's heart was heavy with an unbearable weight, the haunting knowledge that love and despair could exist side by side like unwanted guests at a banquet. And then there was Orpheus, the bard whose melodies once danced through the air like whispers of hope. He had come to her, eyes burning with a passion that both terrified and thrilled her. "You must fight," he urged, his voice a mixture of steel and softness. "You have the strength within you, Psyche. Don't let the darkness consume you." But his words felt like echoes against the walls of her mind, fading before they could take root. Psyche closed her eyes, surrendering to the turmoil within. "I remember when I was whole. Before doubt gnawed at my spirit, before I lost myself in the shadows of others' desires." It was a mantra, a desperate anchor as she swayed between despair and resilience. The door creaked, and her pulse quickened. Anxiety twisted her stomach into knots. What would he say? Would he see the scars that marred her soul, or would he only see the broken mirror, the fragmented reflection that had become her identity? "Psyche," Cupid called, his voice a silken thread weaving through the heavy air. "Let me in." She hesitated, caught between love and the aching wound of betrayal. The soft cadence of his voice stirred something deep within her, a flicker of hope, a spark of warmth against the encroaching chill. "What do you want from me?" she demanded, the sharpness of her tone belied the tremor of her heart. "I want to heal us," he answered, voice low, a plea wrapped in vulnerability. But how could she believe him? She remembered his absence, the way he had left her to contend with her demons alone. Loneliness clawed at her, a beast that fed on her insecurities, whispering lies that wrapped around her heart like chains. "You left me," she said, choking on the bitterness. "You left me in the dark." In that silence, Psyche felt the echo of her own despair. She was not just a victim of his choices, she was an unwilling participant in her own suffering. The truth crashed over her, a wave so powerful it knocked the breath from her lungs. She had allowed fear to shape her reality, had let herself be defined by her scars rather than her strength. "I won't be your ghost anymore," she said, her voice steadying, the raw edge of her vulnerability sharpening into something fierce. "I will not cower in the shadows you've cast." As she spoke, Orpheus's words echoed in her mind, a weapon forged from melody and memory. "Fight, Psyche. Fight for yourself." She drew in a breath, deep and deliberate, letting it fill her with an electric energy. "Open the door," she commanded, a new conviction coursing through her veins. And Cupid did. The door swung wide, revealing him in the soft glow of candlelight, a silhouette of vulnerability and strength. His eyes, pools of warmth and regret, searched hers, and in that moment, she saw not just the man she loved, but the boy who had made mistakes, who had faltered in the face of his own fears. "I'm here," he said, and the words hung heavy in the air. "I want to make this right." "Do you even know what right means?" Psyche shot back, the fire within her igniting. "Do you know what it means to fight for something worth having? For love worth keeping?" In that moment, the collision of their hearts created a tempest, a raw, unfiltered acknowledgement of their shared pain. They were two broken souls standing on the precipice of transformation, wrestling with the shadows of their past, aching to rewrite their story. "I'm ready," she whispered, the warmth of courage flooding her being. "Not just for you, for me." And then the air shifted, charged with the electric potential of what lay ahead. The world outside continued to thrum with life, unaware of the monumental shift occurring in that chamber, unaware that Psyche was no longer simply a victim of circumstance. She was a force, a tempest, ready to reclaim her narrative. Love was not a fairy tale, but a battlefield, a place where scars told stories of resilience, where heartbreak became a catalyst for growth. As she stood toe-to-toe with Cupid, the echoes of the past began to fade, whispers of hope weaving through the darkness. Together, they would face the shadows. Together, they would transform. And with every heartbeat, the promise of a new dawn beckoned, softly burning through the veil of night. The clock struck midnight, its toll reverberating through the abandoned halls of the castle like a heartbeat drowning in despair. Shadows danced across the stone walls, whispering secrets of long-forgotten love and betrayal. I stood at the edge of the balcony, the cool wind pressing against my skin, a tangible reminder that something was about to shatter, that the night held its breath, waiting for a crescendo of emotion. Below, the moonlight spilled silver onto the cobblestones, illuminating the faces of those who dared to love amidst the chaos. Eros' dilemma, duty clashing with the fierce flames of love. In that moment, I felt it burning in my chest. I thought of Helena, her laughter echoing in my mind, a haunting melody that both soothed and tormented me. I could see her framed in the doorway, a silhouette against the flickering torchlight, heart racing, a storm brewing behind her eyes. My heart twisted. I had pledged my allegiance to the crown, but in her gaze, I saw a flicker of rebellion, a challenge that threatened everything I had built. "I can't go back," I murmured, half to myself, half to the emptiness that wrapped around me. "Not now." "Then don't," she replied, her voice a lilt of defiance, cutting through the weight of obligation. Her presence ignited a fire in the cold abyss of my thoughts. "What does your duty matter if it chains you to a life of regret?" In that moment, the world hung suspended between us, and I could feel the gravity of our choices pressing down, threatening to crush us both. Duty whispered promises of honor, while love screamed for freedom, raw and unyielding. I stepped closer, drawn into her orbit, the scent of jasmine entwining with the dampness of the night. "You don't understand, Helena. If I abandon my post, if I choose you," or my voice faltered, the enormity of it crashing over me, "I become a traitor. I risk everything." "Everything," she scoffed, eyes blazing. "What have you gained? A throne built on the bones of our people? A title that can't fill the void of your heart? Look at you, torn between your duty to a crown that doesn't care for you and a love that could set your soul on fire." The word struck with the force of a blade, carving deep into my heart. I remembered the faces of those I had sworn to protect, the sacrifices made, the blood spilled. Duty had molded me into a soldier, but love had softened me, made me human. The air crackled with tension, electric and unsettling. I could feel the weight of her gaze, the unspoken words threading a delicate web between us, weaving a tapestry of longing and fear. "What if they come for you?" I asked, voice trembling. "What if they find out about us?" Her laughter echoed like a broken bell, shattering the silence. "Let them come. What's life without a little rebellion?" Her hands clenched into fists, fierce and determined. "I will not be the ghost that haunts you." If you choose the crown, choose it knowing you leave me behind. The reality of her words hung between us like a guillotine, heavy and stark. My heart raced, each pulse a reminder of the choice looming ahead, every beat echoing with the weight of a decision I thought I could avoid. Duty or love, one would lead to my salvation, the other to my ruin. In that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a knight, cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming with the promise of violence. My breath hitched. "Jack," I whispered, recognizing him as the king's enforcer, the embodiment of duty I had always tried to uphold. "What's this?" Jack's voice slithered through the night, dripping with disdain. "Words of treason between lovers? How quaint." I felt Helena stiffen beside me, her hand brushing against mine, a tether of warmth in the cold night air. "We were just, shut your mouth, witch!" Jack thundered, taking a step forward, rage bubbling beneath his skin. "You think you can toy with the fate of this kingdom? You think love can shield you from the king's wrath?" Fear constricted my chest, but the fire of defiance ignited within me. "I won't let you harm her." The words erupted from my throat, raw and primal. "I will not live a life shackled by a throne if it means losing her." Jack's laughter was a dark, mocking chime. "You think you can turn your back on duty? You'll pay for this betrayal, and so will she." In that moment, I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath my feet shifting into an abyss. My heart thundered in my ears, drowning out reason, drowning out fear. I glanced at Helena, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos that spiraled around us. "We'll face this together," she said fiercely, but her voice quivered with uncertainty, the fear curling in the corners of her brave facade. The weight of the world bore down on us, the shadows creeping ever closer, but I knew one truth that pierced the darkness: love was worth the risk. Jack lunged forward, and time fractured. I ducked to protect her, the shadows stretching, whispering their dark promises as chaos erupted around us. And in that single heartbeat, one moment of reckless abandon, I realized the truth of Eros' dilemma. The struggle between duty and love would not end in resolution, only in the echo of our choices, in the haunting silence that followed. No conclusions, no easy answers. Just the pulse of a heart caught between worlds, a love that defied the shadows. And the night remained, a canvas of uncertainty, drawing us deeper into the unknown, into a spiraling descent of love and duty that promised to bind us forever. The clock struck 12, its chime echoing through the empty street like a ghost's lament. The air, thick with suspense, wrapped around me as I stood outside the dimly lit cafe, the one we used to frequent. I could almost taste the bitter coffee on my tongue, the warmth of your laughter curling around my heart like smoke. It was supposed to be just another night, but the tension in the air hummed with memories that refused to be forgotten. I grasped the door handle, feeling the cold metal bite into my palm, paralyzed by a flood of feelings that surged through me, relentless and raw. I remember the way you used to lean back in your chair, your eyes sparkling with rebellious mischief. I remember the warmth of your hand brushing against mine, the thrill that sent my heart racing as if it were a racehorse bolting from the starting gate. But that was before. Before the silence stretched between us, before the words we never said echoed like shadows in the corners of my mind. Inside, the cafe was a hushed sanctuary, filled with flickering candlelight that played tricks on the walls. A couple whispered secrets in the corner, their laughter buoyant, untouched by the weight that hung around my own heart. I spotted you, seated alone at a table, your back turned to me. A rush of urgency coursed through me, and I approached, my feet heavy with uncertainty. You turned. Our eyes met, and the world spun. Your gaze pierced through years of misunderstandings and unspoken regrets, igniting a flame that flickered dangerously between us. I felt my breath catch, a visceral reminder of everything we lost and everything we might still have. Why did you come? You asked, your voice a soft tremor, fragile yet fierce, as if daring me to step closer. I remember the way you used to challenge me, your barbed words a playful tease that always left me wanting more. But now, they were laced with something deeper. Fear? Anger? Love? I could see it all warring behind your eyes, and it broke me. I didn't have an answer. I had to, I stammered, the weight of unspoken truths pressing down like an anvil on my chest. I thought what? The sharpness in your tone sliced through me, and I felt the familiar sting of tears at the corners of my eyes. You were a tempest, and I was the ship caught in your storm, tossed and turned, afraid to navigate these turbulent waters. Thought maybe we could talk, I managed, the words tumbling out like stones, heavy and awkward. Talk, you scoffed, your lips curling in a bitter smile that wasn't quite a smile at all. Is that what you think we need? More words? Your laughter was harsh, a stark contrast to the laughter that once danced between us like starlight. Asterisk asterisk, I remember asterisk asterisk the promise of summer nights, the way we would spin stories under the vast, endless sky, believing we could conquer the world. But now, the sky was dark, and I felt small, lost in a chasm of what ifs. I'm sorry, I whispered, the admission breaking open the floodgates. I didn't mean to hurt you. I never wanted this. You looked away, your fingers tracing the rim of your coffee cup, lost in thoughts I couldn't reach. You have no idea what you've done, do you? A weight settled in my stomach, a rock of guilt that felt impossibly heavy. Asterisk asterisk, I remember asterisk asterisk the night it all changed, the explosion of bitter words that shattered our world. I didn't think you'd ever forgive me, I confessed, each word pulling me deeper into the vortex of my own regret. Forgiveness. Your laugh was sharp, jagged like broken glass. You think it's that easy? You think you can just show up and, what? Pretend none of it happened. I felt the air crackle with tension, thick enough to drown in. I never meant for us to drift apart. Drift, you interrupted, your voice rising, filled with a tempest of emotion. We didn't just drift, we crashed. You left me in the wreckage. The intensity of your words wrapped around me like chains, binding me in place. I wanted to scream, to break free from the weight of your anger, but instead, I stood there, exposed and vulnerable under the harsh light of your fury. I came back, I said, desperation threading through my voice. I'm here now. Can't that mean something? Your eyes searched mine, a storm of conflicting emotions swirling within them, hurt, longing, hope. Asterisk asterisk, I remember asterisk asterisk the nights we spent dreaming about our futures, hand in hand, whispering promises beneath the stars. But all that felt like a distant echo now, fading into the shadows of what could have been. You don't understand, you said, and in that moment, I could see the cracks in your armor, the pain that lay just beneath the surface, raw and pulsing. You left me to pick up the pieces. Please, I implored, stepping forward, breathless, desperate. Let me help you. Let me help us. For a moment, time hung suspended, a tightrope stretched between us, frail and quivering. I could see it, the flicker of hope in your eyes, the possibility of something more. But just as quickly, it vanished, swallowed by the shadows that loomed over us, remnants of our past. And in that silence, a truth settled between us, thick and heavy. We were two ghosts in a haunted cafe, surrounded by memories that clung to the walls, whispering secrets we were too afraid to confront. You turned your gaze to the window, the city outside alive with light and sound, so different from the stillness that wrapped itself around us. I don't know if I can do this, you said softly, and I felt my heart shatter like glass. I was drowning in your uncertainty, grasping at threads of hope that felt impossibly fragile. But you have to try, I urged, my voice trembling. We owe it to ourselves. The clock ticked on, relentless, counting down moments that felt impossibly precious. Outside, the city pulsed with life, but inside, we were suspended, caught in a web of unresolved feelings and memories that refused to let us go. Can love survive the wreckage? You asked, your voice barely above a whisper. Asterisk asterisk, I remember asterisk asterisk the way you used to believe in fairy tales, how we would laugh at the absurdity of it all. But in this moment, under the weight of your gaze, I dared to hope for a different ending, one where the ghosts of our past could find peace in the light of a new dawn. The cafe around us faded into the background, the world blurring until it was just you and me, standing on the precipice of something unknown, a reunion drenched in raw emotion, a love rekindled amidst the ashes of our past. The air crackled with potential, an electric charge that promised change. And as the clock continued to tick, a single tear fell from your eye. carving a path down your cheek, glistening like a shard of glass, a reminder that sometimes, the most fragile things hold the greatest power. Asterisk asterisk, I remember asterisk asterisk, the promise of new beginnings, the sweet taste of hope mingling with fear. And as we stood there, two lost souls navigating the wreckage of our hearts, I knew this was just the beginning. The shadows whispered, secrets lurked, but still we stood, ready to face whatever came next. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a distant gunshot across the night-shrouded city. I stood frozen in that moment, the electric air prickling my skin, each tick a subtle reminder of the time slipping away, of the weight of choices yet to come. The shadows cast by the moon flickered and danced, taunting me with the possibility of what lay ahead. My heart thundered in my chest, a war drum urging me forward into the abyss. The final challenge awaited. Sophie was a breath away, her pale face illuminated by the ethereal glow of the streetlights, eyes wide with fear and something deeper, hope. Anger? It was impossible to tell. We can't turn back now, she whispered, her voice trembling as if the very air might shatter at her words. I remembered her laughter, how it had once lit up the darkest corners of my life. It felt like a cruel joke now, that laughter drowning under the weight of our impending doom. Do you trust me? I asked, my voice barely above a murmur, the words heavy with unspoken doubts. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, a betrayal of the trust we had built, now teetering on the edge of oblivion. She hesitated, and in that split second, the world around us shrank, the bustling city fading into a ghost town where only our heartbeats echoed. Behind us, Marcus loomed, his dark silhouette a constant reminder of the stakes. He was the volatile spark in our trio, a storm wrapped in a smile, yet I could sense the tempest stirring within him. He had always been the courageous one, but now, the intensity of his gaze bore into the night as if searching for answers in the stars above. This isn't just about us, he growled, fists clenched, the tremor of his voice betraying his bravado. It's about everything we've fought for. But what had we really fought for? Survival? Redemption? Or some vague notion of love? I could feel the tension thickening like fog rolling in from the sea, wrapping itself around our limbs, stifling our resolve. This was Eros' test of faith, a cruel mockery of everything we believed. Trust, love, fear, they were all intertwined in a chaotic dance that left us dizzy, and I found myself reaching for Sophie's hand, our fingers intertwining like threads of a fraying tapestry. We can do this, I insisted, though my heart screamed otherwise. The path ahead twisted and turned, a labyrinth of choices that threatened to swallow us whole. With each step, I recalled fragments of our past, bitter arguments, laughter shared on rooftops under the stars, the way Sophie's hair danced in the wind like a wild flame. Memories collided with the present, they were ghosts haunting us, shadows that whispered of our failures, our dreams. I remember, I murmured, as if the words could anchor me to something solid. I remember the first time I saw you. You were radiant. But the radiant was now cloaked in shadows, a reminder of the fragility of beauty. Stop it, Sophie said sharply, pulling her hand away, her vulnerability morphing into something fierce. What's the point of reminiscing when everything is falling apart? Her voice cracked, and I felt the shattering of my heart in response. I had seen her strength crumble like brittle leaves underfoot, the weight of despair pressing down on her shoulders. We have to focus on now. Marcus stepped forward, his face a mask of determination, but I could see the chinks in his armor, the cracks in his facade. Then let's focus on the challenge, he said, the words rough-edged, as if they were a mantra he hoped would shield us. But I caught the flicker of fear in his eyes, the fear of failing us both, of losing everything we had fought for. As we approached the threshold, the air thick with anticipation, I felt a tremor course through me. The ground beneath us pulsed with an energy that threatened to consume. The entrance was dark, an ominous maw ready to swallow us whole. Behind the veil of shadows lay Eros, the architect of our fate, a cosmic puppeteer asking for our faith, our sacrifice. I felt it in my bones. This was not just a test of strength, but of belief in love, in each other, in the very essence of what it means to be human. Together, I said, my voice rising above the crescendo of uncertainty. We face this together. The words felt both empowering and naive, a fragile declaration against the encroaching darkness. I reached out again for Sophie, for Marcus, binding us in a pact stronger than the fear that loomed over us. But even as we joined hands, I sensed the looming presence of doubt, ghostly whispers that reminded me of the potential for betrayal. The night seemed to breathe, the cosmos itself holding its breath, waiting for our next move. I remembered the stories told in hushed tones, the fables of love lost and found in the echoes of time. Would we be heroes or mere echoes in the grand narrative? The moment hung heavy, charged like the air before a storm. I could feel the weight of expectation pressing down on our shoulders, the cosmic forces swirling around us, and in that instant, I understood, the test was not just Eros but ours to each other. Would we trust? Would we leap into the unknown? My heart raced, a wild drumbeat in the silence, urging us forward. With a deep breath, we stepped into the darkness, crossing the threshold into a world where love and pain intertwined like vines, a tangled web of fate. The challenge awaited, and as we disappeared into the shadows, one thing was clear: this was a moment that would echo through eternity, a test that would demand everything we had and more. And whether we emerged as victors or ghosts would depend solely on the belief we held in one another, a fragile yet unbreakable bond forged in the fires of love and despair. The air snapped like a taut string, a silence so thick it suffocated. Psyche stood at the edge of the precipice, heart thundering in her chest, the raging wind swirling like whispers of the damned. Below, shadows danced, shapeless and looming, each one a reminder of the stakes. She could feel them brushing the nape of her neck, tendrils of fear snaking around her spine, a haunting echo of her past, a plea for salvation. Do you hear them? A voice, deep and resonant, shattered the stillness. It was Eros, standing behind her, his presence a tempest that stirred the very essence of her being. I hear everything, she breathed out, the words shaky but fierce. Memories tumbled through her mind, a kaleidoscope of joy and sorrow, laughter mingling with the haunting cries of betrayal. I remember the nights I spent searching for you. The darkness that swallowed me whole. I thought I lost you forever. Her eyes glinted with unshed tears, the weight of longing almost unbearable. Eros stepped closer, the heat radiating from him a stark contrast to the chill that gripped her. You were never lost, Psyche. You were never meant to be anything less than divine. His words hung in the air, electric, a crackling promise that sent shards of hope coursing through her veins. But with that came the sting of doubt, gnawing like a ravenous beast at the edges of her resolve. What if this destiny is too monstrous? What if I am unworthy? Worthy, he scoffed, a humorless laugh escaping his lips, as his eyes darkened. Do you know the weight of divine blood? Do you know what it means to be the daughter of the gods? His voice trembled with intensity, each word layered with an unbearable truth, as though the cosmos itself quaked beneath the weight of their heritage. She turned, the night swallowing her silhouette, and for a moment, the world around them melted away. The stars flickered like distant memories, mocking her uncertainty. I remember the whispers, she said, her voice trembling. The laughter, the scorn. To be beautiful is a curse, Eros. It's a gilded cage. Her heart raced, a drumbeat of despair and defiance as she faced him, her soul laid bare. Eros's gaze softened, yet the storm within him raged on. Beauty is not a cage, Psyche. It's a weapon. And you, my love, are destined to wield it. His words, imbued with passion, ignited something within her, a flicker of courage amidst the tempest. You will confront them. You will face the gods who cast aside your name. A flicker of resentment ignited like a spark threatening to burst into flame. What do they know of suffering? She hissed. What do they know of loss? Everything, he said, his voice an echo of pain. They know it all too well. They have loved, and they have lost. They have lived in shadows, just like us. The crackle of tension between them was palpable, an electric current that threatened to consume the air around them. Psyche could feel her heart racing, the rhythm of fear and hope entwining. And what if I fail? She whispered, vulnerability spilling from her lips like a fragile secret. Eros stepped closer, his presence enveloping her like a spell. Then you will rise again. Because failure is not an end, but a beginning. You are Psyche, and you carry the legacy of the stars within you. A chilling wind swept around them, the trees whispering secrets that sent shivers down her spine. In the distance, a voice called out, her sister's voice, a reminder of the ties that bound her to the mortal realm. I can't do this alone, she admitted, raw and trembling. They will come for us. They will come for you, he corrected, the intensity of his gaze piercing through her self-doubt. But you are no mere mortal, Psyche. You are the flame that will ignite the cosmos. In that moment, everything coalesced, their fears, their dreams, their intertwined fates. Psyche felt a tremor within herself, a whisper of power beginning to unfurl. I remember, she breathed, the words trailing off as her spirit began to awaken. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the taste of honey on my lips. I remember the dreams that felt like memories, swirling in the depths of my soul. Eros reached for her, his fingers brushing against hers, igniting a fire that spread through her veins. Then let them come, he said, his voice a fierce promise as the winds howled around them. Let them come, and let us show them what it means to love without limits. The skies above darkened, swirling like an ominous storm, but within Psyche, a light began to blaze, a flicker of rebellion against the celestial chains that bound her. Together, then, she whispered, her heart racing with anticipation. Together we face the gods. And just as the words left her lips, an otherworldly chorus erupted from the shadows below, their voices haunting, echoing like the cries of the forgotten. The ground trembled beneath them, a stark reminder that they were not alone. Psyche turned to Eros, the bond between them pulsing with an intensity that transcended the very fabric of existence. Are you ready? She asked, a mix of fear and fierce determination coloring her voice. His smile was a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness, a flame that defied the void. Always. We are more than our fears, Psyche. We are the storm. As the shadows loomed closer, time seemed to hold its breath, one heartbeat, a universe away. And in that poignant moment, Psyche felt the stirrings of her divine heritage, the weight of the cosmos pressing against her chest, a fierce and unyielding force that promised liberation or destruction. The world around them faded into a blur, the past and future colliding in a cataclysm of emotion. Psyche could see it all, the stars, her sisters, the gods who would come for them. But in the depths of her heart, she felt the burgeoning power of her true self, the echo of the divine calling her home. With one last glance exchanged, they stepped toward the shadows, hearts intertwined in a dance of fate, and the sky split open, revealing the vastness of what was to come, an awakening, a confrontation, a revelation that would change everything. The moon hung heavy, a voyeur in the darkness, casting silver shards over the gathering. An eerie stillness enveloped the forest, interrupted only by the rustle of leaves whispering secrets long buried. In this sacred space, where shadows danced with the flickering candlelight, Psyche stood, heart pounding, each beat a desperate echo of her turmoil. The air was thick, charged with an intensity that pressed against her chest, suffocating it, electrifying. I remember the moment the ground trembled beneath us, as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting for what? The wedding bells of love or the clanging of chains? A rift of doubt sliced through her, a jagged edge of fear. Would Eros, her beloved, be the savior or the destroyer? Her fingers trembled as she recalled the tales, the warnings, the voices of those who had whispered of love's fragility, of its propensity to shatter like glass. Psyche, a voice broke through her reverie, smooth as silk yet laced with an urgency that set her on edge. Eros emerged from the shadows, a figure of ethereal beauty and raw power. His eyes glimmered like twin stars, both bright and burdened. You shouldn't be here. Shouldn't? Or can't? I shot back, feeling the weight of his gaze, the silent accusation wrapped within it. I wanted to scream, to tell him how love felt like a spell, a broken incantation that twisted in the dark recesses of my mind. But instead, I swallowed the words, letting them rot on my tongue. I was the phoenix, and I didn't know whether to rise or burn. The whispers grew louder, the shadows thickened. I caught sight of the ornate altar, adorned with blossoms that seemed to weep under the weight of expectation. The scent of night-blooming jasmine filled my lungs, intoxicating and suffocating all at once. It reminded me of the night spent waiting for Eros, longing for the brush of his lips, the warmth of his embrace. But that warmth felt cold now, frozen in the face of the unknown. I remember the first time I saw you, Eros murmured, his words like a ghost, a haunting refrain that flickered in the air. You stood in the garden, a tempest of light and shadow. I was drawn to you, like a moth to a flame, knowing full well that the fire could consume me. Is it consuming you now? I pressed, eyes narrowing. The intensity of his gaze made my insides twist, a cyclone of yearning and dread. Love shouldn't feel like this, like a noose tightening around our throats. It should be a gentle touch, a soft invitation to dance. Yet here we were, teetering on the edge of an abyss, where every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a tacit agreement that something had to give. Psyche, he stepped closer, the world around us melting away into an abyss of longing. You need to trust me. Trust. A fragile concept, like spun sugar, easily torn apart. I wanted to believe him, to surrender to the intoxicating pool of hope. But in the shadows, doubts loomed, insidious, relentless. Eros, how can I trust a god who hides in darkness? How can I trust a love that demands secrecy? His expression shifted, a flicker of pain crossing his features. You think I want this? His voice cracked, revealing a vulnerability that resonated deep within me. I'm bound by destiny, Psyche. Our love defies the heavens. They watch, waiting for us to falter. What if I become the very thing that destroys us? The words hung heavy in the air, settling like dust on my heart. What if? The question spiraled, a tether to my fears. I remembered the stories, the ones that spoke of love as a perilous game, a treacherous road lined with thorns. My soul wrestled with the knowledge that fate could twist and turn, a fickle mistress playing with our lives. Suddenly, the night cracked open, the distant sound of laughter echoing through the trees, jarring us from our reverie. The revelers were coming, a tide of revelry and celebration, completely unaware of the turmoil brewing between us. A wedding, our wedding. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Psyche, we must go, Eros urged, grabbing my hand, his grip like iron yet filled with a tenderness that ignited sparks. If they find us, his voice trailed off, a warning heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. I felt the tug of the world beyond this moment, the call of duty and expectation. But my heart screamed for the escape into the unknown, for the chance to weave our fate freely, without the shackles of divine interference. No. I won't go without knowing. This is my heart at stake, Eros. You must tell me now. The urgency in my voice hung thick, a noose tightening between us. Eros's gaze burned into mine, a tempest of emotion swirling. Love takes strength, Psyche. It demands sacrifice. The words echoed, reverberating through my bones. Sacrifice? The implication was chilling, a blade poised at my throat. What are you asking me to give up? For a heartbeat, everything stilled. The shadows grew deeper as if absorbing our fears, leaving only the raw, pulsating truth at the forefront. Eros stared at me, his eyes darkening, fear and desperation melding into something primal. You might have to lose everything, even me. Every muscle in me tensed, a storm brewing as I grappled with the weight of his words. And what if it's too much? Then we'll face it together. The world around us cracked open like a chrysalis, vulnerability spilling forth, raw and unfiltered. I felt the whisper of destiny, lurking like a specter in the shadows, urging me toward an unknown future. The laughter grew louder, a cacophony of joy that felt hauntingly distant. We stood at the precipice, suspended in a moment that could shatter or unite us. And there, beneath the weight of the moonlight, a decision loomed, a choice that would ripple through the fabric of our existence. Together, I echoed, the word a promise and a plea, a lifeline thrown into the chaos. As the shadows writhed and the laughter echoed in the night, I braced myself for the plunge into the depths of love, knowing that no matter how dark it became, I would not face it alone. We were two souls entwined, amidst the chaos of love and fate, ready or not, for the wedding that bound us. Rain pounded the cobblestone street, a relentless rhythm that echoed the chaos within. Elena stood in the alley, shadows wrapping around her like a shroud, heart pounding like a war drum. She could taste the metallic tang of fear on her tongue as she clutched the crumpled letter, its words clawing at her insides. "Meet me at midnight," it commanded, but the ink felt more like a death sentence than an invitation. She could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on her, as if the universe had conspired to draw her into this dark tapestry of fate. Across the city, Marcus was racing against time. The moon hung low, casting ghostly light on his desperate path, but it couldn't illuminate the gnawing doubt that plagued him. Every corner he turned felt like a step deeper into a nightmare. "Why did I let her go?" he muttered, each word a dagger thrust into the aching pit of his stomach. The thought of Elena, her laughter, her stubbornness, haunted him like a specter, relentless and unforgiving. He was a man at war with himself, each stride forward a battle against the regret crippling his heart. And then there was Rhea, a ghost of the past, a figment still woven into the fabric of their turmoil. She lingered at the edges of Marcus and Elena's lives like a shadow with its own agenda. Once a friend, now an echo of betrayal, she wore her scars like armor, every memory a reminder of how fate had twisted their lives into a complex knot of love and hatred. "You think you can decide your fate," she had laughed once, that bitter laugh that still rang in Marcus's ears. He could see her now, standing in the recesses of his mind, an uninvited spectator to the chaos unfolding. The clock struck 11, the chime slicing through the night like a knife. Elena's breath hitched, each pulse of her heart sinking with the foreboding toll. She remembered the stories told by firelight, tales of fate as an unyielding force, tales that mocked the idea of choice. "We are but puppets," her grandmother used to say, dancing to the tune of destiny. But what if she didn't want to dance? What if she wanted to cut the strings, to wrest control from the hands of an indifferent universe? And yet, here she was, in the grip of something greater than herself. The alley narrowed, the shadows thickening, and she felt the weight of destiny pressing closer, whispering secrets only the stars could hear. The air crackled with tension, the night alive with possibilities and disasters alike. Each heartbeat was a question: what would happen if she didn't show? What if Marcus didn't come? What if Rhea's betrayal was the final act in this tragic play? Marcus rounded the corner, breathless, desperation spilling from his every pore. He had to find her, had to warn her. The letter was a trap, a godforsaken piece of fate's cruel design. "Elena," he shouted into the dark, the name escaping his lips like a prayer, a plea, a curse. But the darkness swallowed his voice, and he could feel the weight of the night pressing down, memories flooding in like a tidal wave. "I remember," he whispered to himself, memories stitching together a tapestry of love and loss. The way her eyes sparkled with mischief, her laughter ringing like a bell in his heart. But the laughter faded, replaced by the chilling image of betrayal, a knife twisting in his back, Rhea's face flashing before him like an unwelcome ghost. "I remember," but the words hung in the air, a haunting echo of the life they used to share. Elena's heart raced as she heard his voice. Relief surged through her, hot and sharp, but with it came the creeping shadow of doubt. Was he truly her savior, or was he the harbinger of her undoing? The darkness around her seemed to breathe, alive and watching, and she felt it, the specter of fate tightening its grip. She stepped into the light, forcing herself to believe in the possibility of hope, even as the shadows whispered that hope was a cruel illusion. Rhea stood on the rooftop, a silent observer, her heart a storm. She watched the two, the way they pulsed with raw emotion, and she felt the sting of her own choices. "What am I doing?" she muttered, the question hanging in the air, heavy and fraught. Was she truly the villain, or merely a victim of fate's cruel hand? She had wanted to protect them, had believed they were too intertwined to escape the web fate had spun. But standing there, she wondered if she was the architect of their ruin or merely a pawn in a game far larger than herself. The clock struck 12, the world holding its breath. Elena stepped forward, resolve solidifying within her chest. "Marcus," she cried, the sound a lifeline thrown into the abyss. The moment hung suspended, time stretching out like a taut string, poised to snap. She felt the weight of their choices, every decision leading them to this precipice, where fate loomed like an ominous specter. Marcus reached her, their eyes locking, and for a heartbeat, the world faded away, no past, no betrayals, just a connection so raw it was almost tangible. But Rhea's voice sliced through the silence, splitting their moment like a jagged glass shard. "You think you can change your fate?" she challenged, her words dripping with bitterness. "You think love can save you?" And in that moment, the air crackled with tension, the past, present, and future colliding in a whirlwind of emotion. Elena's breath caught in her throat, a suffocating reminder of the stakes. The weight of destiny loomed large, a specter that would not be ignored. In that heartbeat, everything hung in the balance, fate itself holding its breath, waiting to see who would bow to its will. The shadows deepened, the night alive with the promise of doom, but in the depths of that darkness, perhaps, just perhaps, they would find a flicker of light. And the story would continue, spiraling into the unknown, unending, just like the tangled threads of their lives, caught in the relentless embrace of destiny. The clock tower strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the deserted streets, a ghostly reminder that time waits for no one. Shadows twist and dance, alive with the secrets of a city that never sleeps, but here, in this moment, all is eerily silent. I stand at the edge of a crumbling bridge, the wind biting at my skin, and beneath me, the river churns like a living beast, hungry and restless. My heart thrums wildly, a relentless drumbeat urging me to leap, to escape this weight that pulls me down, deep into the depths of despair. I remember the first time I saw her, high above the city skyline, framed by the brilliant orange of a dying sun. Psyche. The name felt like a whisper against my skin, soft yet electric. I remember her laughter, a cascade of notes that danced in the air and tangled in my mind like a sweet poison. But that was before the shadows consumed her, before her light flickered like a candle caught in a storm. Now, she is a ghost haunting my thoughts, a wraith of what might have been. Don't you see? It's not just about you. Eli's voice cuts through my reverie, sharp and unforgiving. He stands a few paces away, fists clenched, his frustration palpable. I can see the anguish etched into his features, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, the kind that could drown an ocean. Eli is my brother, my anchor, yet in this moment, he feels like a stranger. His pain mirrors my own, but he cannot bear the weight of both our souls. I can't lose her, Eli, I whisper, my voice barely a breath against the howling wind. Not again. I remember the night it all fell apart, how the darkness swallowed her whole, like a thief stealing away all my joy. The night I couldn't save her. Running won't change a thing. His voice cracks, echoing back from the stone walls, as if the city itself is judging me. You think you're the only one hurting? You think, but I don't want to hear him. Not now. My gaze drifts to the river, the swirling water's surface reflecting a sky full of stars, each one a distant memory, a flicker of hope. They seem to beckon me, promising freedom if only I could reach them. I remember nights spent dreaming of flight, of breaking free from the shackles that bind us to the earth. The weight of expectations, the crushing sorrow of loss, it's suffocating. And in that moment, I feel the pull of the cosmos, the ache of a soul longing to transcend its own misery. A flicker catches my eye, a figure standing at the edge of the riverbank. It's her. Psyche. No, it can't be. My heart races, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal. I can feel Eli's breath hitch beside me, his presence grounding me, though I want to soar. But as I step closer, the figure shimmers, wavering like a mirage. It's an illusion, a trick of the light, but the emptiness in my chest swells. I remember the way you used to look at the stars, I murmur, my voice breaking, raw and exposed. You always said they held the answers. The memory of her smile, bright and hopeful, floods my mind, but it's tainted by the shadows that now cloud everything. Eli's hand finds my shoulder, a tentative comfort. We can't keep chasing ghosts. You have to let her go. The truth of his words cuts deeper than any blade. I want to scream, to argue, to tell him that letting go feels like surrender, like admitting defeat. He's right, of course. But how do you lay to rest a love that feels more alive than ever? Suddenly, the wind shifts, carrying with it a whisper of her name, a promise that lingers in the air. Psyche, the word escapes my lips, a prayer, and a curse all at once. I can feel the weight of her absence, the ache of a soul torn apart. The river roars below, a tempest that mirrors the chaos within me. You need to face this, Eli says, his voice firm but gentle. You're stronger than this pain. And I know he believes it, even if I don't. The truth is a double-edged sword, cutting both ways. I'm terrified of what lies ahead, terrified to confront the depths of my grief. But the shadows loom, and the clock keeps ticking. Time, relentless and cruel, offers no solace. I can feel its grip tightening around my throat, a reminder that every heartbeat brings me closer to an inevitable choice. Let's go home, Eli pleads, desperation creeping into his tone. Before it's too late. But home feels like a prison now, a cage built of expectations and unfulfilled dreams. I look back toward the shimmering figure by the river, and as I do, the air grows heavy with a sense of foreboding. The night holds its breath, the world around us frozen in time. I remember the stories of the ancients, tales of souls bound by fate, lost in a labyrinth of their own making. Psyche, that sweet name, tied to a myth so rich and haunting, it wraps around my heart like a vine. But I am not a hero in her story, just a man caught in the web of his own longing. Eli, I say, my voice trembling. What if I can't let go? The fear claws at my insides, gnawing away at my resolve. Then we'll find a way together. His grip tightens, an anchor in the swirling storm. But you have to try. And in that moment, between the chime of the clock and the roar of the river, I feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon me. The stars blink like a heartbeat, their light fading into the darkness, yet something stirs within. A flicker of hope, a whisper of strength waiting to awaken. I step closer to the edge, the darkness calling, the water below promising release. Psyche, a name that echoes through the ages, a reminder of love lost and the soul's journey through the abyss. I brace myself, heart racing, pulse quickening, as I stand on the precipice of my own destiny, poised between the shadows and the light. The night embraces me, a dark lover, pulling me closer as I take a breath, ready to confront the ghosts that linger in the shadows of my soul. In the dim glow of a flickering candle, Psyche stands at the edge of a precipice, the world below drowned in a haze of shadows. Her heart is a drum, thrumming against her ribcage like a warning bell. She gazes into the abyss, the vastness of uncertainty swirling in her mind, wrapping around her like a thick fog. The air is heavy with the scent of jasmine, sweet yet suffocating. Eros, her love, lies somewhere within that darkness, cloaked by whispers of doubt and fear. She remembers the first spark, the electric thrill that ignited in her chest when their eyes met, a moment so vivid, it felt like the cosmos had aligned just for them. But now, every heartbeat echoes with uncertainty. "Where are you, Eros?" she murmurs, as if the very question could unearth him from the shadows. The silence that follows is deafening, each second stretching into eternity. Panic rises, clawing at her throat, tightening like a noose. She remembers the stories, the warnings of love's dual nature, the light and the dark entwined like lovers caught in a deadly embrace. Deceit, betrayal, the specter of jealousy lurking in the corners of her mind. And yet, she can't shake the warmth of his laughter, the softness of his touch. But love, oh, love is a cruel master. Eros, that beautiful god, with his golden curls and mischievous smile, is both her salvation and her curse. A tortured soul, he bears the weight of his own imperfections, the legacy of divine expectations pressing down on him like a heavy crown. There's a vulnerability in his gaze, a flicker that shatters the illusion of omnipotence. He is a god, yes, but in their secret moments, he wears the facade of a flawed man, raw and exposed. "I'm right here," he whispers, though the words are caught in the wind, whisked away before they can reach her. He stands hidden, a shadow among shadows, wrestling with his own demons. The invisible chain that binds them is taut, and each tug sends ripples across time, moments captured in art, echoes of their love splattered on canvas, immortalized in marble. The air vibrates with tension, each second a heartbeat away from catastrophe. Psyche's mind spirals through memories, fragments of their love, like shards of glass glimmering in the darkness. They danced once, a wild whirl of bodies under the moonlight, laughter spilling into the night, a moment suspended in eternity. But there are other memories too, dark and heavy. The stinging betrayal of secrets kept, the sharp edges of lies that cut deeper than any blade. She remembers the night she broke the vow, the fateful choice that sent her stumbling into the abyss. "Why can't you just trust me?" Eros had cried, his voice a blend of anguish and frustration, a symphony of pain that resonated through her soul. "I've shown you my heart, Psyche. Why must you turn your gaze away?" "I was afraid," she had whispered back, the admission hanging in the air like a fragile thread, ready to snap. The truth clawed at her insides, a beast hungry for release. The echoes of that night linger in the air, thick and suffocating. Time is a cruel mistress, relentless and unyielding. It weaves their story in intricate patterns, a tapestry rich with color yet frayed at the edges. She remembers the artists who captured their essence, the brushstrokes that breathed life into their turmoil. The cave of shadows in one painting, where Psyche stares into the void, her heart reaching out for Eros, and another, where Eros looms above her, wings unfurled, a guardian of love's fragile flame. "Look at us," Eros remarks, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips, though his eyes betray a deeper sorrow. "We are but a canvas, a fleeting moment caught in time." He gestures to the paintings that surround them, the walls alive with the pulse of their passion. Each stroke tells a story, each color a heartbeat. Will they remember us when the stars fade? The question hangs in the air like a specter, cold and haunting. She feels the weight of eternity pressing down, the idea of being forgotten gnawing at her heart. "They will," she whispers as if speaking the words aloud could anchor them to reality. "We will live on in art, in every heartbeat, every sigh." But doubt lingers, a shadow creeping in, darkening the corners of her optimism. In the distance, she sees the specter of betrayal loom, the whispers of her sisters echoing in her mind, laced with envy and resentment. "You think you can have him? A god, Psyche? You're nothing but a mortal, a fleeting dream." Pain twists within her, a visceral ache. She glances down, the memory of their broken promise gnawing at her soul. "What if I lose you?" she breathes, the words a confession wrapped in vulnerability. "What if our love is not enough?" Eros steps closer, the distance between them shrinking, the heat of his presence igniting the air. "Love is enough. It always has been, despite the chaos, despite the shadows that dance around us." His gaze pierces through her fears, igniting a spark of hope. "But you must be willing to take the leap. Trust in what we have, in the power of our bond." Her heart races as he reaches out, fingers grazing her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Psyche," he whispers, and the sound is a melody, a promise. She sees the depth of his soul reflected in his eyes, a swirling universe of longing and devotion. In that moment, time stands still, and the world fades away, the chaos, the shadows, the doubt. But just as the weight of certainty begins to settle within her, the shadows deepen. The air shifts, thickening with a palpable tension. A figure emerges from the darkness, a harbinger of doom, and the moment fractures like glass, splintering into a million pieces. "Eros, are you ready to face the truth?" The voice is like ice, and Psyche's heart plummets. Darkness encroaches once more, wrapping around her like a shroud. The battle is not just theirs, it stretches across the ages, a timeless struggle that transcends art, history, and love itself. Each heartbeat drips with anticipation, the air crackling with unspoken words, a looming confrontation that could shatter everything they hold dear. Will they withstand the tempest, or will they succumb to the chaos that beckons from the shadows? The echoes of their love, etched in every brushstroke, scream for resolution, a longing for connection that defies the limits of existence. And so, the story unfolds like a canvas, colors blending and swirling in a dance of agony and ecstasy, the eternal struggle between love and doubt, light and darkness, a tapestry woven through time, beckoning the artist's brush to capture it all again. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the chaos unfolding below. Shadows dance beneath the ancient olive trees, branches twisted like the fates of those who once walked this land. Here, in the heart of a forgotten village, love and despair collided, echoing through the very air, thick with tension. I can feel it, an electric pulse that thrums against my skin, whispering secrets I dare not uncover. There she stood, Callista, her eyes wide as the abyss, reflecting the flickering flames that consumed the night. Heart racing, I could almost hear the drum of her pulse, frantic and desperate. "I can't do this," she gasped, voice trembling like the leaves above us. The air was suffocating, heavy with the scent of smoke and something bitter, something that tasted like loss. And then there was Lysander, a man torn between his desires and his duties, a hero caught in the cruel web of fate. "You must," he urged, his voice a low growl, raw and begging. "You must trust me." The weight of his words hung between them, a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. I felt it, the gravity of their struggle, the pull of a love so fierce it burned brighter than any star, yet it flickered with the uncertainty of a dying flame. "Trust," Callista whispered, her heart already shattered into a million pieces. "How can I trust when the gods have abandoned us?" The bitterness in her voice was palpable, a wounded animal lashing out in fear. She had loved freely, yet the universe had conspired against her, leaving her stranded in a world where love often meant loss. Time felt suspended, the clock of destiny ticking louder and louder in my ears. I could almost reach out and touch the tension, thick enough to slice. I remember how it felt, that moment when hope and despair twined together like vines, choking any chance of escape. The night felt alive, filled with the cries of ghosts, their shadows lingering in the corners of the village, remnants of lovers who had faced the same fate. Whispers of ancient prophecies clung to the air like smoke, curling around me, tugging at my memories. I remember stories of Orpheus, how he had braved the depths of the underworld for his beloved Eurydice, only to lose her again. Was it the heart that often dared to venture into the realms of the impossible? Or was it folly, a cruel trick played by the gods? Callista's voice broke through my reverie, sharp and piercing. "Do you think love can defy the gods?" she cried, her voice cracking like thunder. "Do you think they care?" I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of something fierce, something raw and untamed. She was asking not just for herself, but for every heart that had ever loved and lost, every soul that had dared to hope in a world ruled by capricious deities. Lysander stepped closer, the agony etched deep into his features. "Love is all we have left," he said, voice low and fierce, a mantra against the despair that threatened to consume them. "And if we lose that, we lose everything." The weight of his honesty was like a punch to the gut, and I felt it ripple through me, sending shivers along my spine. But even as he spoke, the shadows lengthened, creeping closer, whispering secrets of betrayal. I remember the way the night air crackled, thick with portent, every heartbeat resonating like a drum. Above them, the stars blinked out one by one, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, awaiting their fate. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed, a harbinger of their impending doom. The townsfolk were restless, murmuring of rebellion, of the gods' wrath. "We cannot hide forever," Callista breathed, her voice trembling, the weight of inevitability bearing down on her shoulders. "What if they find us?" Lysander grabbed her hand, a lifeline in the storm. "Then we fight," he declared, every syllable a thunderclap. "We fight for our love, for the very essence of what it means to be alive." There was a fire in his gaze, fierce enough to warm the coldest heart. His passion ignited something within her, and for a fleeting moment, I saw hope glimmer in Callista's eyes. But hope is a fragile thing, dangerously beautiful, and in the blink of an eye, the shadows surged closer, the ghosts of their past entwining with their future. "Do you feel it?" I wanted to shout, to scream at the injustice of it all. Love, in its purest form, was a tempest, and they stood at the eye of the storm, teetering on the edge of despair. "I remember," she whispered, voice breaking, "the tales of Persephone, trapped by Hades, torn from her mother's embrace." Her words hung heavy in the air, a haunting reminder of love's sacrifices. The universe conspired against them, binding them with chains of fate, yet here they were, defiantly clutching at the last threads of hope. But fate is cruel. It taunts and teases, leading us to the precipice only to pull us back. I could feel it, the tension rising like the tide, threatening to engulf everything in its path. "Trust in love," I pleaded silently, but the gods were not listening. The hoofbeats grew louder, the shadows darker. I felt the chill of despair creeping in, wrapping itself around my heart like a vice. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but all I could do was watch as their world unraveled. I remember, Callista's voice faltered, a whisper against the howling winds of fate. I remember when love was enough. And so, with the universe holding its breath, they stood on the brink, two souls entwined in a desperate dance, poised between love and loss, between hope and despair. The flames flickered, the shadows whispered, and the night wrapped around them like a shroud, foretelling of a legacy that would echo through the ages, their love forever intertwined with the fabric of Greek mythology. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, fleeting and elusive, as I felt their pain, their heartache, and their fierce love pressing down on my chest like a weight too great to bear. There would be no resolutions here, no tidy endings, only the haunting refrain of their struggle, echoing across eternity, a testament to love's enduring power in the face of unimaginable odds. Dark clouds swirled above like a cauldron of fate, and the wind howled as if it carried whispers of forgotten secrets. In the heart of the tempest, a soft cry broke through, a plea wrapped in desperation, trembling on the edge of silence. There on the altar of heartbreak, Psyche stood, a fragile figure cloaked in tremors of doubt, her heart a fragile bird caged within the iron bars of fear. Her breath came in quick, jagged gasps, each one a reminder of the choice she must face, a choice that might unmake her, or perhaps, make her whole. I remember the moment when everything shifted, the air thick with anguish, as if the world had paused to listen. The shadows danced around her, flickering like unsteady flames, and in the distance, a figure emerged, a silhouette carved from the void, both familiar and terrifying. Cupid, the god of love, was more than a myth, he was the embodiment of her every desire, yet also her greatest torment. His presence sent electric jolts through her, a haunting melody that echoed in her bones, a reminder of everything she had gained and lost in a single heartbeat. He stood there, his eyes the color of stormy skies, swirling with ancient secrets and a sorrow that matched her own. Cupid was flawed, a god burdened by the very power he wielded. With every arrow drawn, he created lovers and shattered hearts. His wings, once radiant, now drooped like heavy curtains, cloaking him in shadows of doubt. Why? He whispered, the words slipping through the cracks of his facade. Why do you question love when it has brought you to me? Her heart ached for the answer she couldn't give, the weight of unspoken fears crushed her spirit. You don't understand, Psyche murmured, her voice a fragile whisper. Our love is a candle flickering in the storm. One gust, and it could all be lost. The air around her thickened with tension as she gazed into the depths of his soul. What they had was a treasure, yet it felt perilously fragile, like glass on the edge of a precipice, teetering between devotion and despair. The shadows that flickered in the corners of her mind held memories, some sweet, some bitter. I remember the first time they met, the taste of his laughter mingling with the sweetness of stolen kisses. I remember the thrill of running through moonlit fields, their hearts racing in tandem, like wild horses breaking free. But those memories were haunted by the specter of betrayal, the lurking fear that her curiosity would lead her to destroy everything precious she held dear. Psyche's hands trembled, and she reached out, desperate to touch him, to anchor herself in the storm of uncertainty swirling around them. But Cupid, the embodiment of love, had become a ghost in her life, forever elusive. You must trust me, he urged, but trust was a fragile thread, and doubt clung to it like a stubborn vine, choking the life out of their connection. Time seemed to swirl around them, a cosmic dance of moments suspended in an eternal loop. Psyche's thoughts spiraled, shadows flickering like fireflies in her mind, taunting her with memories of her own insecurities. I am not worthy, she confessed, her voice shaking, not of your love, not of this life. I'm haunted by the fears that bite at my heels, gnawing at the fragile threads of my soul. He stepped closer, the air between them crackling with unspent energy. You are more than worthy. You are the light that drew me from the darkness. His words were a balm, yet they stirred a tempest within her, a fear that love could be both a sanctuary and a battleground. In the distance, a clock chimed, each stroke echoing like a heartbeat in the void. Time was running out. Psyche's heart raced, and the walls of her own doubts closed in, threatening to crush her beneath their weight. What if I lose you? What if my curiosity leads me to destruction? The words fell from her lips, raw and bleeding, like an open wound. Cupid reached for her, his touch a whisper against her skin, but she flinched, the ache of longing battling the fear that wrapped around her heart like a vice. I can't bear to lose you, she confessed, tears spilling, each one a testament to the love she fought to hold onto. They hung in the air, heavy with unspoken words, and the world held its breath as if waiting for the storm to break. "I will not let you go," he promised, but there was a tremor in his voice, a crack in the foundation of their love that echoed with uncertainty. "But you must choose, Psyche. Trust me, or let the shadows consume you." The tension hung thick, a palpable thread weaving between their hearts, binding them together in a tapestry of fear and hope. Psyche's breath hitched, the weight of her decision pulsing in her veins. She saw the choice before her, a fork in the road that could lead to salvation or destruction. Each path was lined with ghosts, whispers of what could have been, shadows of what might come to pass. I remember the air crackling with electricity, my heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the choice, to let fear drown her in darkness or to embrace the love that flickered like a candle in the storm. The clock ticked louder, each moment dragging her closer to the edge of oblivion. "Psyche," Cupid's voice was a lifeline, tender yet urgent. "The night is dark, but I will guide you through." His words wrapped around her like a warm embrace, yet the shadows loomed large, threatening to engulf them both. The fight within her raged like a tempest, and she felt the pull of destiny tugging at her soul. She had to decide, would she remain a prisoner of her fears, or step into the unknown, where love and heartbreak danced a dangerous waltz. The air crackled with possibilities, the weight of the universe resting on her choice. And in that moment, she took a breath, the world spinning around her, a kaleidoscope of love, fear, and the haunting call of the unknown. Time hung suspended, the storm howling like a wild beast, and Psyche felt the pulse of the cosmos beneath her feet, an invitation to embrace the chaos and confront the void. The line between love and destruction blurred, and every heartbeat reverberated with the promise of what could be, a love that might withstand the fiercest storms, or fracture beneath the weight of doubt. It was a moment poised on the edge of fate, and Psyche knew, deep down, that she had to choose. The sirens wailed in the distance, a dissonant chorus that sliced through the thick fog of nighttime. I stood alone on the rooftop, the city sprawling beneath me like a canvas smeared with darkness, the glow of streetlights flickering like dying stars. The air was heavy, pregnant with unsaid words and broken promises. My heart thudded against my chest, a wild drumbeat urging me to leap into the abyss, to break free from the shackles of unrequited longing. I could feel the tension pulsing, taut and electric, a fraying wire about to snap. Across the street, Zoe flicked her lighter, the tiny flame illuminating her face for a brief moment, a haunting beauty punctuated by pain. She took a deep drag from her cigarette, her eyes searching the shadows for something or someone. I remembered her laughter, the way it echoed like a melody through the chaos of our lives, yet now it felt trapped, smothered under layers of grief. I remember, I whispered into the night, but the words evaporated, lost in the haze. She wasn't alone. Matthew stood beside her, a silhouette carved from desperation, his hands trembling like leaves caught in a storm. I watched them, my throat tightening, an unbearable knot of jealousy and longing twisting within me. They were two ghosts dancing at the edge of oblivion, and I was the spectator, the outsider. Their connection was palpable, electric, yet it felt like a betrayal, crackling in the air like static before a lightning strike. I remember the first time we met, Zoe's voice floated up, fragile, yet laced with an edge. "You were so full of life, so reckless." A smile danced on her lips, but there was a hollowness behind it, an echo of what had once been. "We thought we were invincible, didn't we? Like nothing could touch us." "Until it did," Matthew replied, his tone heavy with regret. "Until we realized love isn't a fairy tale. It's a battlefield." Their words hung between them, a fragile thread of shared history, and I felt the weight of their past crushing down on me. My heart raced, each beat reverberating in my ears. Love as a battlefield. How had we come to this? How had it turned from laughter to this unyielding silence? I remember the day we all met. The sun had been setting, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, as if the universe itself was blessing our newfound friendship. We were young, reckless, as if we could outrun time, but time doesn't play by the rules. It creeps in, like shadows stretching across the ground, swallowing the light. Zoe's laughter had been infectious then, a wildfire consuming everything in its path. "You're a fool," I told Matthew, grinning, as he fumbled with his words, trying to impress her. The way he looked at her, like she was the answer to every question he had ever asked, made my insides twist. But now, as I stood there, a mere spectator, the air crackled with unspoken words. The sirens wailed closer, a reminder that chaos was always lurking, just below the surface. "I remember," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I remember the night we shared our dreams under the stars." Matthew's gaze flickered toward me, momentarily startled, as if he could feel the weight of my words. "You think dreams matter?" he asked, his voice laced with bitterness. "Dreams die, just like everything else." The silence that followed was thick, saturated with pain. Zoe's eyes glistened, reflecting the city's lights like shards of glass. "But they don't have to," she murmured, barely audible. "We just have to fight for them. Don't we?" I wanted to scream at them. I wanted to shake them until they remembered the fire we had once shared, the flickering hope that had burned in our chests. We were supposed to be invincible. The words clawed their way out of me, raw and untamed. What happened to us? The question hung in the air, naked and exposed. Matthew turned away, his jaw clenched tight, while Zoe's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a tempest brewing behind them. "Life happened," Matthew finally said, his voice a ghost of its former self. "We grew up. We lost ourselves. And just like that, the dam broke." Zoe turned to Matthew, the fury and love mingling in her gaze, a storm ready to unleash. "You think it's too late?" she asked, a challenge etched into her words. "You think we can't find our way back?" The intensity between them surged, a force akin to gravity, pulling me into their orbit. I felt like an intruder in a sacred moment, yet I couldn't look away. I was tethered to their heartache, their longing, as if it mirrored my own. The distance between us felt like an abyss, a chasm forged by time and choices. Then, the sirens pierced the quiet once more, bringing an urgency that vibrated through my bones. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. What if we're just ghosts in our own lives? I whispered, the weight of the world pressing down on me. Chasing shadows of what we used to be. Zoe's eyes met mine, and in that moment, I could see the flicker of hope beneath the layers of despair. "Then let's stop being ghosts," she said, her voice a soft but fierce declaration, "and start living again." Matthew took a step closer, the tension in his shoulders easing just a fraction, as if he felt the shift in the air. "But how?" His voice was raw, a plea for salvation. "By remembering what made us real," Zoe replied, her gaze fierce and unwavering. "By daring to love again." And just like that, time seemed to stretch, the city around us fading into a blur. I grasped at the moment, desperate to hold on to it, even as the sirens screamed their warning. The confrontation was imminent, the past was clawing its way back into our lives, demanding to be acknowledged. We were standing at the edge, teetering between despair and hope, lost yet found, broken yet whole. The universe swirled around us, the stars whispering secrets only we could hear. And in that stillness, in that fleeting heartbeat of connection, the essence of love and the human experience enveloped us, binding us together in our beautifully flawed humanity. I remember the warmth of that night, the echoes of our laughter mingling with the cries of the city. I remember it all, every heartbeat, every breath, drawing us closer to the confrontation we all so desperately needed. And as the shadows danced around us, I felt a flicker of light igniting in my chest, a pulse of possibility ready to set the world ablaze once more. The clock struck midnight, the bell tolling with a hollow resonance that echoed through the cobbled streets, where shadows danced like wraiths between the flickering lanterns. I stood there, the air thick with impending dread, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm, matching the staccato of my racing thoughts. Love was a labyrinth, twisted, dark, and infinitely complex. And here, at this moment, I was trapped in its merciless grip. I remember the scent of jasmine wrapping around me, cloying and sweet, but even it couldn't mask the bitterness gnawing at my insides. Ilara, with her wild curls and eyes like storm clouds, stood a few feet away, her face a canvas of anguish. The moon cast a silvery hue over her, illuminating tears that shimmered as if reflecting the fragmented pieces of our shared past. Her breath hitched, a small, broken sound that echoed in the void between us. Why? She whispered, the word hanging in the air like a ghost. Why did you do it? I felt the weight of her gaze. It was 1,000 daggers piercing my heart, each one a representation of every moment we had shared, every promise we had whispered under the stars, and every laugh that had once filled our world with light. Now, all that remained was a chasm, a gulf of despair that loomed larger than any mythic tale spun by ancient civilizations. Because I thought it was the only way. I shouted, the urgency clawing at my throat, desperation spilling out like water from a cracked vessel. I thought I was saving you. But those words felt empty. The ghosts of lovers past floated through my mind, the tragic tales of Orpheus and Eurydice, of Pygmalion and Galatea, their hearts intertwined with the threads of fate, all woven into the fabric of eternity. Love was supposed to transcend, to defy the very laws of nature, yet here I was, caught in a cycle of my own making, my choices echoing through the corridors of time. I remember the stories told by my grandmother, how love was a fire, a violent blaze that consumed everything in its path, leaving only ashes behind. She'd chuckle, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Ah, but love also warms the heart, dear. Just choose wisely, for the flames can burn. I wish I had listened. Elara turned away, her silhouette swallowed by the night, and I felt every moment of her absence like a knife twisting in my gut. I could hear the faint rustle of fabric, the soft, anguished sigh that slipped from her lips. I can't believe you, she murmured, almost to herself. You've turned our love into a tragedy. In that moment, I was pulled back through time, spiraling into the stories that stitched together cultures, bound by love, loss, and the desperate need for connection. The ancient Greeks, with their tales of Eros and Psyche, where love was a journey wrought with trials. The star-crossed lovers of Verona, forever chasing their dreams, only to be enveloped by fate's cruel hand. Each narrative carried the weight of human emotion, echoing through the ages like a haunting lullaby. Every love story is a battlefield, I remembered a scholar saying once, as he gestured wildly, his eyes ablaze with passion. Wars have been fought over love. Nations divided, empires crumbled, all for a mere whisper of affection. I chuckled bitterly, the sound harsh in the desolation surrounding us. What a cruel joke it was, this merry-go-round of pain. Do you see it now? I shouted into the abyss, my heart racing as if it had suddenly taken flight. Our love is just another myth. Another tale to be told and retold until it loses its meaning. I felt the truth of it like a cold wave crashing over me, washing away the remnants of hope I clung to. But shadows moved in the dark, whispering secrets that rattled deep within my soul. I could picture the gods, perched on their thrones, laughing at our folly. Look at them! So consumed by their passion, they can't even see the end coming. Did they know? Did they understand the depth of love's madness? Elara turned back, her expression a mosaic of heartbreak and anger, fragments of her spirit crackling in the space between us. Was it worth it? She asked, the tremor in her voice betraying the strength she tried to muster. Was it worth playing God? I felt the universe shift, the very fabric of reality bending around us, each heartbeat a reminder of how fragile we truly were. I wanted to save you, I replied, my voice quieter now, offering a thread of truth amidst the chaos. But instead, I lost everything. The silence that followed was deafening, a cacophony of memories drowning us both. The way she laughed, the way her fingers felt intertwined with mine as if we were two pieces of a broken puzzle. The echoes of our shared dreams fluttered in the air, fleeting and ethereal. I could almost hear the gentle rustle of pages turning, the ancient texts whispering tales of love that transcended time, warning us of the treacherous paths we dared to tread. And just like that, the weight of eternity pressed upon us, an insurmountable tide threatening to pull us under. Maybe love is a curse, I whispered, the words escaping my lips like a confession. Maybe it's just a beautiful trap, designed to ensnare us in its web until we're lost forever. Elara stood there, her eyes searching mine, as if trying to find some glimmer of hope buried beneath the wreckage of our dreams. Or maybe, she breathed, the air shimmering with the weight of possibility, it's our choice to break free, to redefine what love means. The night stretched on, and the shadows deepened, labyrinthine paths entwining around us. I could feel our hearts beating in unison, the rhythm echoing the age-old tales carried on the winds of time, stories that would never truly end, but instead would spiral into the endless cosmos. The stars above bore silent witness to our unfolding drama, their light flickering, as if urging us to embrace the chaos and the beauty of our existence. Time slipped away, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance, the air crackled with tension, and the looming threat of grief and redemption loomed larger than ever. The myth was not merely a story, it was now our reality, our legacy. And as we stood on that precipice, the world held its breath, waiting for us to take the leap, or fall into the abyss. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the stillness of the room, where shadows danced like lost souls. Elara stood by the window, the moonlight slicing through the glass, illuminating her trembling hands. Outside, the night whispered secrets of the city, an undercurrent of chaos, of a world that twisted and turned, always shifting beneath her feet. She could feel the weight of time pressing down on her, each tick a reminder of the choices she'd made, choices that tethered her to the shadows. "I remember," she whispered, "an incantation against the darkness, the moment I realized I was no longer myself." It was a simple thought, a flicker of recognition, but it clawed at her insides, a ravenous beast hungry for her despair. Her heart thudded in her chest like a war drum, a relentless reminder of the struggle within. The world outside was alive, breathing, while she felt trapped in that still moment, suspended between past and present. Across the room, her sister, Mara, paced like a caged lioness, her brow furrowed with the weight of anxiety. "This isn't how it's supposed to be, Elara." Her voice cracked, raw like open wounds. "We were meant to fight together, to rise together." There was a fire in her eyes, a desperate hope that flickered like a candle in the wind. But hope was a fragile thing, and Elara could feel it slipping through her fingers like sand. "I know," Elara replied, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with an intensity that threatened to fracture. "But sometimes, the demons we face are born from within." The shadows shifted around her, whispering secrets she didn't want to hear. They were a part of her now, woven into the very fabric of her being, self-doubt, fear, and the insidious voice that echoed over and over, "You are not enough." Mara turned, her eyes ablaze with frustration. "You think I don't know that? You think I haven't battled my own demons?" She took a step closer, the air crackling between them, charged with unspoken truths. "I lost myself too, Elara. But we can't let this consume us. We have to fight back." "But fight what?" Elara thought, her heart heavy with the weight of her sister's words. The world outside was a cacophony of sirens and distant screams, a reminder that the battle was not just internal. It was a world plagued by darkness, where shadows crept into the hearts of the innocent, and the very essence of femininity was twisted into something unrecognizable. "I remember when we were children," Elara said, her voice barely breaking the tension, "when we believed we could change the world." The memory was bittersweet, a haunting melody that filled the space between them. They had danced in fields of daisies, spun dreams on the breeze, and imagined a future where they would be unstoppable. "Those days are gone." Mara's voice was sharp, cutting through the nostalgia like a knife. "You can't hide in memories, Elara. We have to confront this." She motioned towards the window where the city lay sprawled beneath them, a labyrinth of dreams and nightmares. Each window reflected lives intertwined, stories echoing through the night, but none of it felt real, none of it felt safe. Elara felt the air grow thick, as if the very room was alive with their pain. She closed her eyes, letting the shadows wrap around her, suffocating yet strangely comforting. "What if I can't? What if I'm meant to drown in this darkness?" The admission hung in the air like a specter, waiting to be acknowledged. Mara stepped forward, her hand reaching for Elara's shoulder, an anchor in the storm. "You're stronger than this, Elara. You just need to remember who you are." Psyche didn't give up, did she? She fought for her love, for herself. The name sent a ripple through Elara, a flash of recognition. Psyche, the embodiment of the soul, the archetype of the feminine journey. She was a symbol of resilience, of empowerment forged through fire. "I remember," Elara's voice trembled, the spark igniting something deep within her. Psyche faced trials no one could comprehend, yet she emerged from the ashes. The recollection sent shivers down her spine, igniting a flicker of hope that battled against the despair. But what if, no, what ifs, Mara interrupted, her voice fierce, echoing through the silence like a war cry. Only a what is. We are stronger together, Ilara. You need to harness that fire, find your way back to yourself. There was urgency in her tone, a plea wrapped in determination. A breath caught in Ilara's throat, memories swirling around her mind like autumn leaves tossed in a storm. She felt the embers of ancient stories stirring within her, the tales of women who had fought against the currents of fate, who had emerged not unscathed, but undeniably fierce. And in that moment, she understood, her journey was not just about survival, it was about reclaiming her power, her voice. As the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver glow upon them, Ilara's heart began to pound with recognition, a rhythm that resonated deep within her soul. She was not alone. The shadows that haunted her transformed into allies, spectral whispers guiding her towards the light. I remember, she breathed, eyes wide with newfound clarity. I remember who I am. The air crackled with unspoken promises, and suddenly, the city outside felt alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of countless stories. Each window glimmered with possibility, each street was a tapestry woven from resilience. Ilara's spirit surged as she faced the window, the world sprawling before her like an open book, ready to be written anew. Together, Mara said, her voice steady as they stood side by side, we will rewrite our story. The words hung in the air, a rallying cry against the darkness, a promise of the strength that lay within. Ilara took a deep breath, the weight of her fears lifting as she stepped into the unknown. The shadows no longer frightened her, they danced in time with her heartbeat, reminding her that she was Psyche, reborn in the chaos. She was ready to confront the darkness, ready to reclaim not just her identity but the very essence of what it meant to be a woman in a world that so often sought to silence her. In that moment, everything shifted, the air thick with possibility. The night still loomed heavily around them, but it was no longer a prison, it was a canvas, and they were the artists of their own fate. Together, they would not just fight, they would rise. The thunder cracked open the sky, an ominous roar that rattled the bones of the earth. In that moment, Clara stood alone, drenched in rain that mixed with tears streaming down her cheeks. The storm raged around her, as if the heavens themselves were howling in despair, and she felt it, the weight of the world shifting, the presence of the unseen. Shadows danced on the periphery, flickering, whispering secrets that clawed at her heart, gnawing on her sanity. I remember the first time I felt them, she muttered, voice a broken whisper amid the chaos. The gods! The words were heavy, soaked in memory and dread. It was in that small, dusty church where light bled through stained glass, casting kaleidoscopes of color onto the pews, where she first sensed the flickering presence of something greater. She had prayed, desperation weaving her words into a tapestry of hope. But the gods were fickle, weren't they? They played games with fragile hearts, and Clara knew she was losing. Across town, in the dimly lit confines of a bar, Ben gripped his glass like a lifeline. The amber liquid swirled, a tempest in his mind. Each sip felt like a betrayal, a reminder of the promises he had made, promises to his sick mother, promises to himself. The gods were watching. He felt their eyes like a burning brand upon his soul. I remember the night I traded my dreams for comfort, he whispered to no one, the air thick with ghosts and regret. His phone buzzed, a reminder of reality crashing into his sanctuary. A text illuminated the screen, she's getting worse. Those words stabbed through him like a dagger, twisting in the wound of guilt. Had he prayed enough? Had he sacrificed enough? The gods demanded offerings, and he was running out of things to give. As Clara knelt in the mud, a vision surged, a flicker of light in the darkness, a memory of warmth. She remembered her grandmother's stories, the ones about the deities that walked among them, how they could be both saviors and tormentors. Be careful what you wish for, her grandmother had said, voice laced with caution. They listen. But what choice did she have? The storm was more than just rain, it was a tempest of choices, of fate twisting ever tighter. The thunder rolled again, deep and echoing, and in that moment, Clara felt something shift within her, a surge of power, raw and unrefined. She closed her eyes and let it wash over her, igniting the fire within. If you're there, if you're listening, I need you now, she cried, the words erupting from her like an incantation. The storm rumbled in response, and she felt as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Ben staggered out of the bar, the weight of the world pressing down on him. The rain soaked through his clothes, he didn't care. He was a vessel of emotion, a cauldron bubbling over with despair and anger. Damn you, gods, he shouted into the void, voice cracking like glass. Why is this happening? Why can't I save her? The words echoed against the buildings, swallowed by the night, and he felt foolish, a child throwing a tantrum. But in his chest, a yearning burned, a desperate hope that somehow, against all odds, the gods would intervene. Clara and Ben, two souls adrift, each wrestling with their own battles, and yet, they were bound by the invisible threads of fate. The skies darkened further, weaving shadows through the streets, and in the distance, Clara saw him, Ben, frantic and wild, lost in his own storm. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, a recognition passed between them, a flicker of understanding as if both had felt the fingers of the gods intertwine around their hearts. I remember hope, Clara murmured as she stood, the storm whispering against her skin, a lover's caress mingled with betrayal. It fueled her, igniting the spark of rebellion against the unseen pantheon. She took a step toward him, the ground trembling beneath her feet as if the gods were stirring. Do you believe? Ben turned, bewildered by her presence. Believe? In what? In who? The gods have taken everything from me. His voice cracked, revealing the rawness of his heart, an open wound that refused to heal. The air was thick with tension, electric, crackling with potential. Not everything, she replied, voice steady as the storm raged. We still have each other. We can summon them, together. The invitation hung in the air, a fragile thread bridging their despair. But doubt clawed at Ben, a spectre whispering lies. And what if they refuse? Then we'll make them listen, Clara answered fiercely, the storm swirling around them like a wild anthem, each drop a note in their rebellion. We are not powerless. We have our voices, our pain. Let them hear us. The storm intensified, a cacophony of wrath and longing. With each heartbeat, the universe pulsed, a reminder that they were not alone. They were woven into the fabric of something vast and unyielding. The gods thrived on emotion, on the fire of human experience. The more they felt, the more the gods would take notice. And so, on that tempestuous night, two souls, broken yet resilient, dared to summon the very powers that governed their fates. As they shouted into the storm, their voices intertwined, the rain fell heavier, the darkness deeper, but within it glimmered the faintest hint of light as if the very cosmos had paused to listen. Time stretched, entwined with their cries, and the storm echoed their desperation, a reflection of their human hearts battling against the weight of the divine. The world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation. Clara and Ben stood side by side, a fragile alliance forged in the heat of anguish, and the gods stirred. The air shimmered with potential, a threshold waiting to be crossed, an invitation to rise against the shadows. And in that moment, everything changed. In the shadow of a dying sun, the air thrummed with an electric silence, the kind that grips the heart like a vice and leaves a bitter taste on the tongue. Eros stood at the precipice of his own making, the world around him crumbling into a haze of uncertainty and betrayal. He could feel the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him, judgment and fear mingling in the air like smoke. His hands trembled, not from the chill that seeped into his bones, but from the gnawing realization that trust had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. Psyche, he whispered, the word barely escaping his lips, a prayer, a plea, a confession. The name echoed in the stillness, haunting him with memories of laughter under the stars, of whispered secrets shared in the darkness. But now, those memories were nothing but specters, twisting and mocking him, memories tinged with the sharp edge of sorrow. She was somewhere in the labyrinthine palace, a fragile flower trapped in a world of opulence and illusion. Eros closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of roses and burning incense swirling around him like a heady fog. He remembered the first time he had seen her, her beauty was blinding, a beacon in the darkness, but there was something else too, a strength that was both terrifying and intoxicating. She had dared to challenge the gods, to defy the very essence of fate itself. And now, it felt as if he had betrayed her, lost her in the tumult of his own insecurities. In the dim light, Psyche stood at the edge of a marble balcony, the stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, but her heart felt heavy, weighed down by invisible chains. The air felt thick, suffocating, and she could almost hear the whispers of the unseen forces that conspired against her. Trust, the fragile thread that bound her to Eros, was fraying, and the fear of losing him gnawed at her insides like a ravenous beast. "I remember the way you looked at me," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, as if saying it aloud might shatter the delicate balance of their world. "The way you made me feel like I could conquer the heavens. But now I don't know where you are." Her fingers traced the cool stone railing, and for a moment, she felt as if she might slip into the abyss below, a desperate leap into the unknown. "What if you don't come back? What if the love we built crumbles like ash? I can't hold on to a ghost." Eros's heart raced as he crept closer, shadows dancing around him, each footfall echoing like the heartbeat of the universe. He wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm that had formed between them, but how could he? How could he mend what was so irreparably broken? "I'm here," he called softly, his voice trembling. "I'm not a ghost, Psyche. I'm flesh and bone, and I need you to see me. But trust isn't a light switch you can flip on and off, it's a delicate flower, nurtured by truth and honesty, and right now, it felt as fragile as a single petal brushed by the wind." Psyche turned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, heartbreak spilling forth like a river unleashed. "You broke your promise," she said, the words slicing through the darkness, sharp and unforgiving. "You said you would never hide from me. You said I could trust you." Eros felt the heat of her anger, the flames licking at his skin, and the shame threatened to consume him whole. He remembered the night he had left, cloaked in shadows, consumed by the fear of revealing his true self, the god of love, a being woven from magic and mirage. "I was afraid," he confessed, "afraid that if you saw me, truly saw me, you would turn away. I thought I was protecting you." "Protecting me," she spat, venom lacing her words. "Or protecting yourself. You don't get to decide what's best for me, Eros. I deserve to see you, all of you, even the parts that are broken. I wanted to share your darkness, to fight it with you." The air crackled between them, charged with unresolved emotions, each moment stretching into infinity, stretching their bond to its breaking point. Eros stepped forward, the distance a yawning chasm between love and despair. "Psyche, I swear I never meant to hurt you. But now I feel like I don't know how to fix this. Trust is a mirror, and ours is shattered. Then let's gather the pieces," she cried, her voice raw and wild, echoing through the oppressive silence. "Let's make something new. I refuse to let this end like a tragedy." In that moment, surrounded by shadows and starlight, Eros felt the truth pierce through his fog of fear. "Trust is not about perfection," he said, the words slipping from his lips, heartfelt and heavy. "It's about being real, exposing the raw parts of ourselves, and believing that the other will remain, even when the light fades." She gazed at him, a mixture of hope and despair swirling in her eyes, and for an instant, the world around them was just a backdrop to the tempest of their hearts, two souls caught in a storm, desperately trying to find refuge in one another. "I remember," she whispered, the glow of dawn edging the horizon, illuminating the darkness that had swallowed them whole. "I remember the warmth of your embrace, the laughter that filled the air like music. That's what I hold on to. You're not just a god, you're my Eros, and I need you to trust me too." As their hands finally reached for each other, trembling fingers intertwining, the unspoken promise hung in the air, pregnant with hope and uncertainty, a fragile whisper that echoed through the ages. Trust, once a flickering light, began to blaze anew, a fire fueled by vulnerability and the raw edges of their shared humanity. But as the stars began to fade, shadows danced in the corners of their minds, lurking with the specters of doubt and betrayal, reminding them that love, once lost, cannot be easily found. Would they be able to gather the shards of their shattered trust and forge a new beginning, or would the shadows consume them whole? The night held its breath, the universe watching with bated anticipation, as the two souls stood on the precipice of hope and despair, locked in a dance of fragile trust, a lesson written in the stars, yet to unfold. The clock ticked, echoing in the dimly lit room, each agonizing second a reminder of the distance between them. I could feel the weight of silence pressing down on me, thick and suffocating, like a woolen blanket on a summer day. Outside, the night clung to the edges of the window, an inky blackness swirling with the shadows of the past. In that silence, I heard the whispers of ghosts, love specters, haunting echoes of laughter and tears, intertwining in a chaotic dance. "Why can't you just see me?" Her voice broke through the stillness, raw and torn, a plea edged with desperation. Sarah stood there, her hands trembling at her sides, the remnants of hope flickering like a dying flame. I felt a pang, a knife twisting in my heart, as I searched her eyes, those deep pools of longing and pain. "I can't keep waiting for you to wake up. Wake up!" I shot back, anger flashing like lightning. "I'm standing right here, Sarah. I'm awake." But even as the words left my mouth, a truth lingered like a bruise. I was there but detached, lost somewhere in the fog of my own fears, my own demons. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge, but the chasm between us felt insurmountable. "Sometimes I think I'm loving a ghost," she whispered, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You're right in front of me, but I can't touch you. You're slipping away." Each word struck me, sharp and unrelenting. I remembered nights spent in the comfort of her laughter, her smile lighting up the dark corners of my life. Memories danced in my mind, a chaotic montage of stolen kisses, shared dreams, and the sweet taste of intimacy. But now, all that remained was the echo of their absence. "I'm scared, Sarah. Scared of what we could become." My voice faltered, cracking open the door to the truth I had kept locked away. "Scared?" She laughed bitterly, the sound scraping against my heart. "Scared of what? Love? Commitment? You're terrified of the very thing that could save us." I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks, shame flooding my veins. I was the architect of my own fears, building walls tall and unbreakable. What if we fall apart? What if we don't? Her voice cracked like thunder, shaking me to my core. What if we fight for this, for us? What if we endure? Endurance. The word hung between us, heavy and daunting. It conjured images of storms weathered together, of nights spent wrapped in each other's arms, of battles fought side by side. But where were we now? I remembered the night the argument had started, the moment everything had spiraled into chaos. The shadows of our past loomed large, casting doubts that whispered lies in our ears. "It's not worth it," they hissed. "You'll fail. Just walk away." But something deeper within me rebelled against that voice, a flicker of a dream that refused to die. "I can't lose you," I said, my voice now a fragile whisper. "But what ifs don't matter," she interrupted, stepping closer, her breath warm against my skin. "What matters is the choice we make right now. To fight. To stay. To be real, even when it hurts." And there it was, the raw, unpolished truth. Love was not the fairy tale we had imagined, it was messy, chaotic, and often painful. But beneath the layers of fear and doubt, there lay a tenderness that beckoned us, a promise of something deeper than the surface. I took a step forward, closing the distance between us, my heart racing. "I don't want to be a ghost, Sarah. I want to be all in, with every broken piece of me." Her eyes flickered with something unnameable, or hope, perhaps? Or was it fear? "Then show me. Show me that you're willing to endure." The weight of her challenge settled over me like a cloak, warm and heavy. My mind raced, thoughts spiraling in chaotic whirlwinds. I could feel the past clawing at my consciousness, memories of mistakes and lost chances flooding my heart. But I remembered too, the laughter, the dreams whispered in the dark, the way her eyes sparkled under the moonlight. I reached for her, fingers brushing against her skin, igniting a spark that sent shivers down my spine. "I'm here. I'm fighting. I'm real." In that moment, time fell away. The world outside faded into insignificance. All that existed was the two of us, raw and exposed, standing on the precipice of vulnerability. I could see the shadows in her eyes, the fear of losing herself in me, and yet, beneath it, there was an unwavering strength. I remember the first time we kissed, I murmured, as if conjuring a spell. The way you tasted like summer rain, the way it felt like the universe cracked open just for us. I remember, she breathed, stepping closer still, the air thick with unspoken promises. I remember the warmth, the connection, everything that felt right. And in that moment, our hearts beat as one, a rhythm that pulsed through the air, electric and wild. The darkness outside, the fears that threatened to consume us, they faded, overshadowed by the flickering light of our connection. Let's endure, then, I said, my voice steady, filled with resolve. Let's fight for every moment, every heartbeat. Let love be our battle. And as we stood there, enveloped in a cocoon of fragile hope, I realized that love was not a destination, it was a journey, an endurance test of the heart, and we were just beginning. The night stretched before us, vast and uncharted, filled with shadows and whispers of dreams yet to come. The clock continued to tick, but now it felt like a heartbeat, a promise of tomorrow, a reminder that we were alive, together, ready to face whatever lay ahead. With each breath, we prepared to step into the unknown, hand in hand, hearts unguarded. In the heart of a city draped in shadows, where the street lamps flickered like dying stars, I stumbled upon a moment that felt inconceivably heavy. A couple stood beneath the tremulous glow, their faces pale and taut, strained by the weight of unspoken words. She, Psyche, with eyes like cracked mirrors reflecting 1,000 questions, and he, Cupid, a tempest of emotion swirling in the depths of his gaze. The air quivered with tension, thick enough to choke on, as silence enveloped them, a deafening echo of their broken trust. I remember the night wrapping around us like a shroud, the distant wail of sirens blurring the line between reality and nightmare. I remember the way Psyche clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms. You lied to me, she whispered, each syllable heavy with betrayal, a punishment more exquisite than any blade. You came to me in darkness, masked in shadows, and now I see the truth is a heartless thief. Cupid recoiled, a raw vulnerability breaking through his bravado. I had to protect you, he pleaded, voice trembling, the words teetering on the edge of desperation. Love isn't just a gentle caress, it's a storm that can tear us apart. I thought I was saving you from the chaos of my world. A flicker of pain crossed Psyche's face. She was the embodiment of a phoenix, wings singed by the flames of love yet yearning to rise again. But did you ever think about what I wanted? The question hung in the air, a jagged shard of glass. What I needed was to know you, all of you. Not just the lovely parts that fit neatly into a fairy tale. Their argument was an orchestra of raw emotions, every note rang out like a bell tolling for their love. I found myself caught in the web of their sorrow, feeling the cold fingers of doubt creep into my own heart. Memory swirled around me like autumn leaves caught in a cyclone, moments of laughter drowned in shadows, dreams of a future now obscured by the fog of hurt. Cupid's eyes, once bright like the dawn, darkened with regret. You're right, Psyche. I was selfish. A tear slipped down his cheek, glistening in the faint light, a tiny universe of anguish. I thought shielding you would keep you safe, but instead, I locked you in a cage of my making. I remember the moment it hit me, the realization that love is never simple. It's a tapestry woven with threads of joy and threads of pain, a delicate balance that can tip into chaos at any moment. I felt the weight of their conflict settling in my chest, a heavy stone that echoed the absurdity of our own desires. I just wanted it to be perfect, he murmured, as if the world had collapsed under the weight of his confession. Psyche took a step back, her breath hitching, the space between them a chasm filled with all the unsaid words they could never grasp. Perfect? Love is not a fairy tale, Cupid. It's messy and real. It's the dirt under your fingernails and the ghost of a memory that haunts you at night. The words struck like lightning, illuminating the dark corners of my own heart. I remembered my own struggles, the moments when I had tried to be the hero of my own story, only to find that I had stumbled through the wreckage of my own making. Love had never been about perfection, it was about growing together, falling apart, and finding the courage to rise again. As I stood there, the city pulsing around me, I realized this was the lesson of their story. Psyche's fractured soul and Cupid's wounded pride were reflections of our own battles, our own complexities. They were not just characters in a tale, they were the essence of love itself, raw and unrestrained. But then came the moment, the flicker of hope buried beneath the ruins of anger. Cupid stepped forward, his heart laid bare, stripped of pretense. "I want to fight for you," he said, voice cracking, filled with an intensity that felt almost otherworldly. "I want to show you that I can be more than just my flaws. Let me show you how love can be rebuilt, how we can rise from the ashes together." Psyche's breath caught in her throat, eyes widening with a mixture of disbelief and longing. "Can you really?" Her voice trembled, vulnerable and fierce all at once. "Can you promise me honesty, even when it hurts?" "I can," Cupid replied, his voice steady now, a promise forged in the fire of his pain. "I'll stand in the storm with you, Psyche. No more masks, no more lies. Just us, together." And in that moment, beneath the trembling glow of the street lamp, the world shifted, time suspended, as if the universe held its breath. The air crackled with the energy of a new beginning, a fragile thread woven from the frayed edges of their hearts. But I knew it wouldn't be easy. The ghosts of their past would haunt them, shadows lurking just beyond the light. I could feel it, the palpable tension that draped over them like a cloak, a reminder that love is as much about confronting fears as it is about embracing joy. As my heart raced in sync with the rhythm of their fragile hope, I couldn't shake the sense that this was only the beginning. Their story would pulse with the same intensity as any of our own, navigating the labyrinth of human emotions, where love intertwined with pain, where healing was a path fraught with obstacles. The heartbeat of the city thrummed around us, and I felt the world tip ever so slightly, the night whispering secrets I could barely grasp. I stood on the precipice of their struggle, knowing that the lessons of Cupid and Psyche were not just tales from an ancient world, they throbbed with relevance today, echoing in the chambers of our own hearts. And so, as darkness enveloped us, I felt the haunting pull of their love story, a narrative that refused to close, instead spiraling onward, drawing me deeper into its embrace, a reminder that love is a journey without a destination, an eternal dance between light and shadow. I remember the lights dimming, the audience holding its breath, and the thrum of expectation vibrating through the air like a live wire. In that moment, the boundary between reality and fiction frayed. The stage was a battlefield, a crucible where hearts were laid bare, souls were tested, and the very essence of humanity flickered like candlelight in a storm. Julian stood there, eyes wide, a storm of emotion swirling beneath the surface. He had always been the one who felt too much, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders like a shroud. His hands trembled ever so slightly, a reflection of the chaos raging inside. He was a flawed man, a moth drawn to the flames of his own making, and tonight, those flames were licking at his heels. "What have I done?" he whispered to himself, the words barely escaping his lips, swallowed by the tension in the air. Across the stage, Mara moved like a spectre, her gaze fixed on something far beyond the crumbling set. Dark curls framed her face, but it was her eyes that held the room captive, deep wells of longing and sorrow, echoing stories of loss too heavy to bear. She was more than a character, she was a reflection of every unfulfilled dream, every whispered promise that had slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. "You don't understand," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it cut through the silence with razor-like precision. "You can't know what it's like to live in shadows." The shadows danced around them as if listening, alive with secrets and past regrets. I felt it in my bones, the electric tension that crackled between Julian and Mara, a bond forged in the fires of despair and longing. They were caught in a moment that felt eternal, a moment where hope and helplessness coexisted, twisting around each other like vines strangling a crumbling edifice. And then there was Leo, lurking in the wings, a silent observer with ghosts of his own. He was the one who lived in the margins, a spectator to the drama that unfolded, always on the outside looking in. His heart ached for both of them, yet his own demons kept him shackled, his desires buried beneath layers of self-doubt and the weight of unspoken words. "It's too late for me," he murmured, almost to himself, as he clenched his fists, every muscle in his body taut with unexpressed longing. The scene shifted, pulling me deeper into their world. The stage transformed into a battleground, a city besieged by an unseen enemy, the weight of history pressing down like a heavy fog. Mara's voice broke through, raw and trembling, as she confronted Julian. You think you're the only one who suffers? You think your pain is greater than mine? It was a truth laid bare, an accusation that resonated in the stillness. Time seemed to stretch and warp, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, a relentless reminder of the fragility of existence. I could feel the air thicken, a tangible tension that wrapped around us all. The audience was breathless, entranced, and I found myself holding my own breath, caught in the web of their emotions. Julian stepped forward, his eyes blazing with unvoiced truths. But I'm trying. Every damn day, I'm trying to fight against it all. His voice cracked like thunder, reverberating through the theater. In that moment, he was every person who had ever felt lost, every soul who had screamed out into the void, yearning for a response. Mara's expression softened, her heart aching with understanding. And yet you leave me in the dark, she replied, tears glistening like stars in the night sky. You think you fight alone, but I am here, reaching out, and Leo, his heart was breaking, caught in the crossfire of their pain. He stepped into the light, his presence a ghost made flesh. You both think your suffering is a burden to carry alone, but we're all trapped in this cycle, aren't we? His voice was a gentle echo of desperation, and I felt the weight of his truth in the marrow of my bones. The scene morphed again, this time into a stark, empty street at twilight, shadows flickering like lost souls dancing just out of reach. The clock in the distance chimed, time slipping away like water through fingers. Each chime resonated with the urgency of their unspoken feelings, the regrets that haunted them like specters. I felt the pang of every unfulfilled moment, the laughter never shared, the words left unsaid, the closeness that had been eclipsed by fear. Julian's heart raced as he took a step closer to Mara, their breaths mingling in the charged silence. I can't lose you, he whispered, every word heavy with desperation. Not to the shadows, not to the past. But Mara turned away, her heart still locked behind the walls she had built. And I can't keep fighting for you, for us. I'm so tired, Julian. Her voice cracked like ice, and I held my breath, feeling the weight of her weariness, the unbearable ache of a love caught between fear and hope. The air was thick with tension, every glance a silent plea, every heartbeat a reminder of the gulf that lay between them. And then the climax hit, a raw, visceral confrontation, love and grief colliding like two titans in a desperate struggle for release. Stop hiding. Julian's voice rang out, a clarion call to the very depths of her soul. You're not alone. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere. In that moment, their pain melded into something transcendent, a beauty born from sorrow. The lights flickered, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, and I felt as though I was being pulled into their emotional tempest, caught in a whirlpool of hope, despair, love, and loss. As the scene reached its zenith, I could feel the audience's collective breath hitch, every heart in the room echoing the chaos on stage. There was a beauty in the brokenness, a haunting reminder that life, messy, chaotic, and unending, was nothing short of a masterpiece. And then, as swiftly as it began, the moment lingered, suspended in time, leaving us all trembling on the edge, caught in the throes of emotion, unforgettably alive, yearning for resolution but knowing that the beauty lay in the unanswered questions, the unspoken feelings, the infinite possibilities of adaptation, love, loss, and the stories that weave us together, again and again. The clock strikes midnight, a haunting echo reverberating through the empty streets of a city that never sleeps. Shadows dance under the flickering streetlights, twisting into forms that feel almost alive. A figure stands there, a woman, eyes wide, breath shallow. Her heart pounds like a drum, a rhythm echoing the chaos in her mind. It's the moment she always feared, the moment reality unravels into a tapestry of fear, longing, and the unrelenting pull of fate. I remember how the rain fell that night, heavy and relentless, each drop like a whisper digging into the earth's skin. I remember the way she clutched her phone, the screen illuminating her face, reflecting both desperation and determination. Her name is Lila, a name that rings with the promise of love, yet echoes with the bitterness of betrayal. And then there's Aaron, the ghost of her past, cloaked in regret, a specter of what once was, or what could never be. Lila, please, he had said, those words cutting through the air like a knife, sharp and unyielding. She could feel the weight of his gaze, a mixture of hope and despair, a paradox of emotions that twisted in her gut. She had always been drawn to him, the fire that burned brightly yet left her scorched. "I need you to listen." But how could she? The memories were too raw, too jagged. A kaleidoscope of moments flickered through her mind like an old film, each frame a reminder of love's folly, stolen kisses in dimly lit cafes, laughter shared under a sky heavy with stars, but also the darkness, the lies that seeped into their lives like poison. Eros and Psyche, two souls forever intertwined yet perpetually at odds. "I can't do this," Lila whispered, her voice barely breaking through the downpour. It felt sacrilegious to speak the truth out loud. Not again. A flash of lightning illuminated the alley, casting his face in stark relief, a study in anguish and longing, eyes glistening with the weight of everything unsaid. In that moment, he wasn't just Aaron. He was a constellation of choices, a universe of shattered dreams. "What do you want from me?" she demanded, the tempest within her rising. "Just one more chance," he replied, desperation lacing his voice. "I swear I can be better. I can change." Those words. They hung in the air, heavy with the scent of possibility and the stench of past failures. Each breath felt like an eternity, a cosmic pause where time blurred, and the world outside faded away. Yet, somewhere deep within her, the embers of hope flickered, refusing to die. Could love truly transcend the scars etched on their souls, or was it just a cruel illusion, a ghost whispering promises in a language they both yearned to believe? Across the city, shadows shifted, the air thickening with secrets. A couple, strangers, locked in a dance of intimacy and indifference, two souls weaving in and out of a moment, oblivious to the tempest brewing nearby. They shared a glance, a fleeting connection, as if they too were caught in the web of Eros and Psyche, a reminder of the delicate balance between what is and what could be. In the heart of it all, Lila stood, frozen by the weight of her choice. Every heartbeat echoed like a war drum as she searched for the truth hidden in his eyes. "I remember," she whispered, "the way you looked at me when you thought no one was watching, the way you touched my face like it was the most precious thing in the world. But I also remember the nights filled with silence, the chasm that grew between us, the lies." "Stop." His voice cracked, breaking the tension in the air. "I can't take it. I can't bear the thought of losing you again. I'm already lost," she confessed, her voice trembling with the weight of vulnerability. "We're both lost." And then there was silence, an expanse filled with the echoes of their past, fragments of laughter and tears swirling like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. The city stood still, waiting, holding its breath, as if even the cosmos were leaning in, eager to witness the collision of two souls on the precipice of something magnificent and terrifying. "Is this what love is?" Lila asked, a tremor rippling through her. "This endless cycle of hope and despair, a dance we can't escape." He stepped closer, their breaths mingling in the cool night air, a fragile tether binding them in that moment. "Maybe love is the eternal return," he murmured, the willingness to face the darkness over and over, to rise from the ashes, to believe that this time, it will be different. But could she? Could they? The question hung like a ghost between them, a haunting melody that filled the silence. She looked into his eyes, searching for the truth, a flicker of light in the abyss. And then, as if the universe conspired against them, a siren wailed in the distance, a reminder that the world outside continued to turn, oblivious to their turmoil. With it came the weight of reality, crashing over her like a wave. "I can't keep doing this," she said, her voice breaking, realization hitting her like a tidal wave. "I can't keep coming back only to find the same darkness." The shadows grew longer, the night deepening around them, and in that moment, Lila felt the pull of something vast and ungraspable. Time slipped away, and she understood, love, like the stars, was both beautiful and terrifying, a cosmic dance of light and shadow, of loss and longing. "Maybe," he said softly, "we're meant to find our way back to each other. Maybe the eternal return is not a curse, but a chance." And there it was, the flicker of hope, the hint of possibility. A chill swept through the air, wrapping around them like a shroud as they stood at the crossroads of their hearts, teetering on the edge of everything yet to come. In that fractured moment, they held each other's gaze, breaths mingling, memories wrapping around them like vines, pulling them closer. The eternal return beckoned, a siren's call to love, pain, and redemption, a cycle that spun endlessly, waiting for them to step forward into the unknown. And the city breathed on, the clock continuing its relentless march, but Lila felt the gravity of that moment, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in her chest, urging her to choose, to leap, to embrace the chaos of love once again. A choice that could unravel them or bind them forever. As the shadows deepened, the tale continued, an eternal cycle, spiraling into the night.